What's up, everybody? How's it going? I think we're live. You hear me on my audio, so that's good. We're back in court again. We're waiting for the January 6th committee to start. So we're going to watch an old court. This one is from July 2nd. Hold on, Grouse text me. But let me hit play on here, and we'll get going with this court.
All right, Deputy Ricani, can you hear me?
Good morning, Judge.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Oh, is this Deputy Asher?
Yes, Judge.
Fast forward to all this.
L.
Wow, they got a
Diamond,
lot of
is
women
that
in
counsel
jail.
For,
They got a lot
Mr.
of women
Thomas,
in
is that
jail.
who that is? Do you know?
Lots of women in there
if you
today.
can hear me, L. Diamond, this is, I'm seeing that you are trying to connect to audio, so I can't hear you, so I'm gonna keep going this morning until you can get your Zoom set up. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Today is July 2nd, it's 2022. This is the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. Judge Knight's presiding here on the first appearance calendar. First appearance is for me to inform you of certain things, for me to inform you of what you're charged with, what your bond amount will be. That's if you're entitled or will get a bond today. Also tell you about your next court date, which is your preliminary hearing date. And I will appoint an attorney to represent you if you so qualify for court-appointed counsel, or if you wish to have court-appointed counsel and completed your applications this morning. Also, before I do all of that, I must let you know that you have United States constitutional
He's
U.S.
gonna go all over this stuff.
I want to let you know I'm not your lawyer. I can't.
Let's fast forward. We don't need to hear this. You guys have heard this stuff before.
Show.
Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Any statements or testimony you will give in this matter of first appearance now pending before the court shall
see where these guys are at.
Nothing but the truth shall be God.
We're not there yet.
All right, gentlemen, be on standby. Let's see here, Mr. Diamond.
You are Edie, right on.
Good morning to you. Are you counsel for Mr. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Good morning to you. I was trying to get you early so you didn't have to hear my spiel, but you had some issues, so that's on you. That wasn't on me. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing fine. Listen, you know, we got it working now.
Yes, sir. Well, good to see you here. Let's see. May we have Deputy Ashu? May we have John Wesley Thomas? We'll do
right
him
on,
first.
Edie.
And
I do the court, and then I do the January 6th because you know what?
Yes, sir.
I was there, so I can enlighten people.
Good morning to you, Mr. Thomas.
I can enlighten some people.
All right. Sir, I have here your attorney here, Mr. Diamond, on with me here.
This guy got
a charge this morning.
Lawyer on retainer.
Two offenses here. One is a felony, aggravated assault by strangulation. The other is
holy jeez,
battery. I do have a bond amount here in mind, sir, but I will.
What's up, Gross?
Your Honor, Mr. Thomas is a Georgia. Lived in Georgia for the last 20 or more years. He has counsel.
It's definitely a witch hunt.
Coming up in the future, I will appear on his behalf. We ask that you set a reasonable bond on this case, and you know, we'll make sure that he appears in court at every appearance.
Yes, sir.
So this is either a rich kid or he gets in trouble a lot. Drug dealers.
Your bond is $25,000 on the aggravated assault by strangulation, and it's $5,000 on the battery. There's a special condition that you have no contact with Empress Davenport at this time.
Empress? Who names her kid Empress?
Sir? No, sir. All right. That will conclude your first appearance this morning.
Look at all them freaking tattoos on.
You have a great day.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Diamond. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Must be a rich kid. What do you think?
All right.
And once again, the judge's phone is going off, and his phone always goes off in court. Hey, Gra, you'll like this guy. He goes a lot quicker. Let me know if you want to jump on Discord, and I'll open it up.
I'm ready when you are.
First and last name.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Chandra Alvin.
All right, Mr. Alvin, you charge of one count of interference with custody. It's a misdemeanor. Your bond is $2,000. You have any questions, ma'am? It's July 19th
Hopewood.
is your preliminary hearing
What time?
at 8:30. All right, and I am
Okay.
appointing an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
You have any questions?
No, because they'll tell me like the courtroom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
I'm sitting there next.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. What's your name?
Tammy Bond.
All right, Ms. Bond. Do you know what you're charged with?
It's Tammy Bond.
Yes.
My name is
All right,
Bond.
there's no bond this morning on that offense.
Tammy Bond.
Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 18th of July, and your bond hearing is the 22nd of July, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you. That concludes your first appearance.
This guy goes quick. It's basically bond hearings.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. What's your name?
First and last
What's
name.
your name?
Joy Buchanan.
All right, Ms. Buchanan, ma'am, you're charged with one count of, or
Uh-oh.
2 counts of cruelty to children, second degree. They're felonies.
Wow, cruelty to
They
children.
are- It's $5,000 each is your bond amount.
That's it
Your
for cruelty to children?
preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 18th of July. That's at 8:30. Do you have any questions, ma'am? I am appointing an attorney to represent you.
I would think cruelty to children would get some more than that.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mr. Come on. Next. Next in line. First and last name.
Tracy Crew. Good morning.
She's
Yes,
like,
ma'am.
hey,
Good morning,
Judge. What's up, boy?
You're charged, Ms.
You looking
Croom,
sexy today? That
with
robe?
one count of simple battery. Your bond is $2,000, and one count of theft by taking. It's also $2,000. So $4,000 is your total. Your
What's up, Sage?
preliminary hearing, 19th of July at 8:30, and I am appointing an attorney to represent.
Once again, this
you.
is
Do you
from
have
July
any
2nd,
questions,
guys.
ma'am?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you.
All right.
Hey, Judge.
Yes, sir.
What's up?
The next person gonna be Echoes. She is 24.
Yes,
You
sir.
want us to do her last? After all the females have gone, then we'll bring her. She's 24.
Yes, sir. Okay.
See your name.
Good morning, Ashley Franks.
All right. Good morning to you. You're charged with one count of criminal trespass. It's a misdemeanor. 2,500 is your bond. One count of disorderly conduct. 1,500.
What's up, Gray? Yep,
At this time, you
lies.
cannot return to the 3682 Highway 138 Southeast Stockbridge
Guys, are they
address.
ready yet? They're
Your
not ready yet.
preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 19th of July at 8:30. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
Yes, am I able to, who can show me the process of bonding myself out?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You can speak with the deputies there and they will be able to tell you. Speak with the deputies and they will let you know, okay? Yes,
Come
ma'am.
on, out. First and last name, ma'am.
Good morning, Maria Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gonzalez, good morning to you.
The
All right,
Latina.
you are charged with one count of cruel children in the first degree. It's a felony. Your
Why is there
bond
so many cruelty to children?
Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 18th of July at 8:30.
There's a lot of
And
cruelty
I
to
am appointing
children.
an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Could you please repeat the bond, please?
Yes, ma'am. 5,000. All right. You have any other questions?
I mean, you gotta come up with 500
No,
minimum.
sir.
All right. Thank you.
Cruelty to children. There's a lot of that going on. Whoa, look at the hair on this lady.
Hayward.
All right, Miss Hayward, you're charged with 1 count of, or 2 counts of battery. It's 5,000 on each of those offenses is your bond. 1 count of criminal trespass, 2,000 is your bond. There's no contact with Alfred McCaslin and Santrice Winford at this time.
Yeah, he could be. You
Preliminary
never know.
hearing is scheduled for the 19th of July at 8:30. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you.
Shoot,
Do
he
you
could
have
be
any
naked.
questions, ma'am?
What's up, Mandy J?
No, no, sir.
All right, thank you.
She's just like, yeah, whatever, Judge. Fuck you.
Brittany Lawrence.
All right, good morning to you, Ms. Lawrence. You're charged with 1 count of
What's up,
battery.
Mandy J?
It's a misdemeanor. 1,000 is your bond. And you're also charged with 1 count of violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. And
Ooh,
possession of cocaine, that is a felony. 5,000 is your bond. Special
cocaine.
condition, there's no contact at this time with Loren Dial. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 18th of July at 8:30. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Could you please repeat the fine numbers?
5,000 and 8,000.
So
So your total
13.
is 13,000.
She's screwed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You gotta come up with $1,300.
You state your name. What's the name?
All right, let's see where.
Names to the judge.
Damn, this lady's old. What's she doing in jail?
Hello,
Say your name.
Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
my last name is Freeman, my first name is Annie.
What's up, Billy
All right,
Bud?
Ms. Reynolds, you're charged with 1 count of battery, family violence. It's a misdemeanor. No contact with Pamela Reynolds. 5,000 is your bond. Your preliminary hearing is the 19th of July.
Damn,
at
that old lady be
8:30.
beating up people.
And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions, Ms. Reynolds?
No,
Okay, next.
All right, thank you.
Hold on.
First and last name, man.
What is she, like 50, 60 years old?
Good morning.
Morning to
I
you.
sound
What's
like
your name?
Brant. I'm not like Brant, am
Miss
I?
Cersei.
No way.
All right, Ms. Cersei, you're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault. It's a felony. 10,000 is your bond. You're also charged with cruelty
Brant's
to
in
children
Texas.
in
I'm in
the
Cali.
first degree. 2,000. At this time, Madison Cersei,
Mhm.
does she live with you?
That's
With
my
Chew?
daughter.
Chew.
All right.
Oh, she beat up her daughter.
One moment here.
You mean my voice or my how I talk?
I have full custody of her. Her father is deceased.
All right. So 12,000 is your total, ma'am. Your preliminary hearing is the
Holy shit, 12,000?
18th of July. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions, Ms. Cersei?
You said 12,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Last name, man.
I'm gonna have to start charging Brant money then if he sounds like me.
All right, Ms. Smith.
I'll call him
How
up.
you doing this morning?
Alrighty, so.
I'm good here, man. You're charged with 1 count of simple battery, 1 count of false imprisonment. The false imprisonment is a felony. Simple battery is a misdemeanor. Ma'am, I have a question here.
What's the
for you.
difference between false imprisonment and
Um,
kidnapping?
Was this your son, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Where was he going? Do you know?
He was gonna be out on the street. He was basically trying to put himself out, so I was trying to avoid him from putting himself out on the street, because he was trying to leave with nowhere to go.
All right, ma'am. How you feel about these charges here, ma'am?
What's this channel? Isn't it Brant for Liberty or
You know,
something
I
like
feel
that?
It's crazy because I just didn't want my son to be out on the street. I was just being a mother trying to protect her son from being out on the street and making the wrong.
So she got arrested for being a good
Yes,
mom.
ma'am. All right. I reviewed it this morning. And I'm gonna go ahead and dismiss these charges, okay?
Good. You shouldn't arrest parents for being good parents.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't want your kid out on the street doing shit, put those kids in check.
All right. Miss Umber, good morning to you.
Damn, she's
You're
tall.
charged with one count of driving under influence of
Thank you,
alcohol,
Anarchy.
less safe. Your bond is $5,000. You're also charged with following too close. It's $500. Your preliminary
$500 for following too close?
July at 8:30.
Gosh darn
I
it.
am appointing an attorney.
I block this person every single day. What
You
if
have
they
any
change their
questions?
name or something? Every day I block this person. Says I can't block it. Did somebody else block them for me already? What's up? You're gorgeous.
You state your name to the judge, okay?
Judge B,
Say your name.
hey, you
What's your name?
What's her name?
Serafina. Serafina.
This chick's still high.
B. Roberts. Who by God you are?
Go ahead, Deputy Ashley. What's her name?
Serafina.
Oh, this Miss Eccles. All right, Miss Eccles. You're charged with one count of battery. $2,500 is your bond, and there's no contact with Shannon Strasher. July 19th is your preliminary hearing, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you, ma'am.
Yeah, I know Anarchy, but I block them like every day. I don't know how they keep coming back when you block them.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of ladies in jail this day.
Veronica Brothers.
Ms. Brothers, you're here, all the rights, the constitutional rights I outlined, they apply to you, ma'am. However, you're here for me about the extradition process. You are here because I have a warrant that reads that
Uh-oh, she's in trouble.
you did remain and enter in the state of Georgia knowing that you're wanted by Orange County Sheriff's Office for probation
Which
violation,
one?
dangerous
New
drugs,
York
it's a
or
felony,
California?
and they will extradite. Ma'am, what's happening this morning is that I must inform you that according to the OCGA, which is the official code of Georgia annotated title,
Yeah, he's definitely in front of a
17,
green screen.
you have options. You can fight this formal extradition process, meaning that you don't agree with certain things, and I'll tell you what those things are now. That
Really?
means that one, you do not agree that the charge or the documents on its face are valid.
Well, I did that, girl, but
you are not Veronica Brothers. Thirdly, that the charge or violation that you're charged with is not a valid crime. And then lastly, that you are not, in fact, a fugitive. Those are the four things and the four things only that you can contest. You cannot contest whether you're guilty or not guilty of the underlying charge. That will be for Floyd County. So what's happening at this time, if you choose to fight the formal process, then you will
Otra
remain in
vez.
custody in the Clayton County Jail because I did not grant a bond this morning.
They just keep
And
changing their
you remain
name.
there up to 90 days. If you choose to voluntarily waive and go back to Floyd County, then it can be up to 10 days, can be longer if an extension
Oh, wait,
is
they're
asked
back.
for. But
All right, they're here. Let's hear this jerk off. Guys ready for the junk? The shit show. Oh, well, here, we'll play this until.
generally, they will make arrangements to pick you up or have you transported. And at this time,
Select
Ms.
committee to
Brothers-
investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order.
What about all the BLM
Without
attacks?
objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. When I think about the most basic way to explain the importance of elections in the United States, there's a phrase that always comes to mind. It may sound straightforward, but it's meaningful. We settle our differences at the ballot box. Sometimes my
Yeah, but when people
choice
cheat,
prevails,
we gotta cheat.
sometimes yours does. But it's that simple. We cast our votes, we count the votes. If something seems off with the results, we can challenge them in court. and then we accept the results.
Not when liberals run
When
the
you're
courts.
on the losing side, that doesn't mean you have to be happy about it. And in the United States, there's plenty you can do and say so. You can protest, you can organize, you can get ready for the next election to try to make sure your side has a better chance the next time the people settle their differences at the ballot box. But you can't turn violent. You can't try
What's
to
up,
achieve
Say?
the desired outcome through force or harassment or intimidation. Any real leader who sees their supporters going down that path, approaching that line, has a responsibility to say, stop. We gave it our best. We came up short. We try again next time. Because we settled our differences.
Yep, the shitstorm is going to start right now, guys.
On December 14th, 2020, the presidential election was officially over. The Electoral College had cast its vote. Joe Biden was
Wrongly.
the president-elect of the United States.
Yeah, look where that got you.
By
There's
that point,
high
many
gas
of Donald
prices,
Trump's
wars.
supporters were already convinced that the election had been stolen because that's what Donald Trump had been telling them.
No,
So
that's
what
what a lot
Donald
of
Trump
people
was
believe.
required to do
That's
in
just their
that
opinion,
moment,
YouTube.
what would have been required of any American leader was to say, we did our best and we came up short. He went the opposite way. He seized on the anger he had already stoked among his most loyal supporters, and as they approached the line, he didn't wave them off, he urged them on. Today,
Oh yeah, let's peacefully protest. I'm going to walk over there and
his
peacefully
last-ditch
protest.
effort to overturn the election and block the transfer of power, Donald Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C., and ultimately spurred that mob to wage a violent attack.
Actually, I think the left had infiltrators that pushed that.
Ms. Murphy of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland will lay out this story. First, I'm pleased to recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening comments she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our committee did not conduct a hearing last week, but we did conduct an on-the-record interview of President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. If you have watched these hearings, you've heard us call for Mr. Cipollone to come forward to testify. He did, and Mr. Cipollone's testimony met our expectations. We will save for our next hearing President Trump's behavior during the violence of January 6th. Today's hearing will take us from December 14th, 2020, when the Electoral College
What about the lies your last
certified
witness
the results of the 2020 presidential election
told?
up through the morning of January 6th. You will see certain segments of Pat Cipollone's testimony today. We will also see today how
What's up,
President
Snookies?
Trump summoned a mob to Washington and how the president's
Thank you.
stolen election lies provoked that mob to attack the Capitol. And we will hear from a man who was induced by President Trump's lies to come to Washington and join the mob, and how that decision has changed his life.
I was there.
Today's hearing is our seventh.
President
We have
Trump
covered
didn't tell us to
significant
do it.
ground over the past several weeks, and we have also seen a change in how witnesses and lawyers in the Trump orbit approach this committee. Initially, their strategy in some cases appeared to be to deny and delay.
Right, Anarchy?
Today, there appears to be a general recognition that the committee has established key
I like that
facts,
song, Hope.
including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign,
You're just pissed because you're
all
losing your
told, the
election for
2020
doing this.
election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration.
She's looking it up right now, Gra.
That he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman, or Sidney Powell, or Congressman Scott Perry, or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man.
I have
He
to
is
listen
not
to him,
an
unfortunately.
impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing
I have
the
to listen
election
to
was
it.
not actually stolen than almost any other American.
Plus,
And he
I was there.
told
I know
this
what really
over
happened.
and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind. Nor can any argument of any kind excuse President Trump's behavior during the violent attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew
Sage,
that
you're
they
exactly
lacked
right. What's up,
actual
BFO?
evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them.
Because you guys are
Millions
awful.
of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that
One of the only Democrats in Florida.
lost in a free and fair election.
Free and fair
yet,
bullshit.
President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, and by some of his closest advisors that the evidence did not support this assertion. This was the big lie, and millions of Americans were deceived by it. Too many of our fellow
We're deceived by
citizens
you
still believe it
Democrats.
to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple interlocking lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence,
Bruno.
at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state.
He didn't
And
demand. He just said,
pressed
we
the
need to
Department of
find this
Justice
many
to
votes
find
so we can win.
widespread
We got to
evidence
find
of
this.
fraud.
That's
When
not
justice
forcing
officials
them.
told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred,
Worst day of
President
my
Trump
life.
and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the vice president would preside. In their warped
Right,
view,
Jane?
this ceremonial event was the next, and perhaps the last, inflection point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration.
Freaking
As
anarchy.
President Trump put it, the vice president and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act. To help them find that courage, the president called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the president sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. Be there, we'll be wild, the president wrote. As my colleague, Mr. Raskin, will describe in detail, this tweet served as a call to
God
action.
damn it, another
and
one of
in
these.
some cases, as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters. It's clear the president intended the assembled crowd on the January 6th to serve his goal. And as you've already seen, and as you will see again today, some of those who were coming had specific plans. The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December. And we'll add color and context to evidence you've already heard about, and we'll also provide additional new evidence. For example, you'll hear about meetings in which the president entertained extreme measures designed to help him stay in power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about the potential violence. And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th, including how the president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the crowd to march to the Capitol, and spoke off script in a way that further inflamed an already angry crowd. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after
we got a liberal in the room
met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the presidency. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting unhinged, not normal, in the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state election machines by the U.S. military. The meeting ended after midnight with apparent rejection of that idea. In the wee hours of December 19th, dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress would meet to certify the electoral votes. Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see, Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized.
Why did it say that to RL?
Especially the dangerous extremists and the Oath Keepers,
What's up,
Proud
Sneaky?
Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups spoiling for a fight against the government.
Cowboys are racist, white
Three rings
nationalist
of
groups.
interwoven attack were now operating towards January 6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers, thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president.
All right, I got the slow-mo thing on now, bro.
Overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, As you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians
of his
whipping
hair.
up mob violence to destroy
looks like a
fair
chia pet.
elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist
You like how they're
newspaper and killed
comparing
its
us to
editor, Elijah
racists
Lovejoy.
just because we're white?
Lincoln wrote a speech in which
And
he
they weren't
said
all white.
that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its
Right,
author
first name, last name.
and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation.
Conspiracy, I mean,
that yesterday's despots
you got to work the long
could
game.
only have dreamed of.
You
I
know
give
what?
back to the gentle lady
It's all
from
about
Florida,
winning the war, not the battle. So maybe he can't help him right now, but he's working on it.
The Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect.
I still don't know who this bike girl is. I gotta watch Wizzy more.
Filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again, including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most populated state." On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican Majority Leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
Yesterday, electors met in all 50 states. So as of this morning, our country has officially a president-elect and a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to
Get
determine
this guy off
who
the
will be
freaking
sworn
show.
in on January the 20th.
Bite me.
The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
Yeah, it's very difficult,
so
Mandy.
I had put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors are voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately, I believe that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
Yeah, I just got it. Thank you, Hope. I'll watch it after.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. You will see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipollone told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan, Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in any particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipollone also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, and Mr. Cipollone, that the president should concede once you made a determination based on the investigations that you credited DOJ did, and did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political, so to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see...
Not in my mind.
I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipollone also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Snooks, what they're trying to do is get everybody scared to vote their way because they're worried Trump's going to win the next election. That's what this is all about.
Many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation, was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was
what is Snipebot doing?
Or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite
Let me fix
number
Snipebot.
of
Hold on.
electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning?
I
or
put
your
on
organization
repetitions for
as to
Nightbot
whether
so
or
they
not
wouldn't
there was going to be an end of this administration?
spam the chat room. I think I fixed it.
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
I've watched an app.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
Nightbot's an app, Snooki.
And then at that point I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up to me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the six.
Not this chick. They let her talk it last time, and she lied the whole
Is
time.
the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the president or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would...
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures,
What's up,
and to
Future?
create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was, 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 that crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month.
Because it's just a shit show, Barb. It's all fake.
You know, suspended fraud, sufficient. Fair to say that by December 1st,
I'm sorry, I gotta laugh at my own joke.
Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st, yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to
I don't know if I want to see that, Groff.
Seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom, you know, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and we're not going to seize any machines. And that was that. Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines.
They just changed it. I have to go to court in January now.
But it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should have been appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipollone again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up.
He's asleep. Do I really gotta wake him up to give him a treat?
On a broader scale, a bad idea for the country.
You're really gonna make me give him a treat when he's asleep?
Seize voting machines? That's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority.
He's passed out.
And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why we even have to tell you why that's a bad idea. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting
Hey, wake
was
up, Donnie. They
critically
want me to give you a
important
treat.
because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, to me, it's sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims,
Thank hope for your treat.
and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is,
I'm not gonna sit.
show the evidence.
Come on, sit. Sit. You know that. You know better.
it wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bernie Carrick.
There you go.
On
They got
December
a treat.
28th, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Carrick did not
Hey,
mince
Willow.
any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Carrick wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Carrick and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
What about
from
the
Giuliani
so-called
team.
evidence you guys are calling for right
Do
now?
you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There's some very, very general.
They won't show the whole thing, Digga.
Documents.
It's all edited. It's all edited.
As far as, say, for example, here.
Look at this guy on a Zoom call with a freaking mask. With two, look, he's got two masks on. He's got the double mask.
Explanations on a couple of the legal challenges.
What you call a liberal
as far
right
as
there.
saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner, but it was to say that it was thin.
I'll be right back. I have to grab something
probably
outside.
an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but from his aides before the crowd came running.
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet that Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly.
You do Molly what?
To the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized. Okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the Overstock person, I never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice, and so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claim the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world.
You notice they don't show the full interviews.
Who was communicating with whom?
Everything's edited.
Some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate? Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like, chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought?
Arcia Malenta.
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell?
Bye, Felicia.
A variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence?
I can't believe you guys are saying stuff like this.
Or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
Eric and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt? Even the ones we appointed? And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day.
Looks like we gotta...
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
Keep an eye on this person, guys.
I'm gonna categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies.
Oh!
But I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me.
He's a bunch of pussies.
And then at a certain point I had it with him. So, I yelled back. Rather come over.
Who are you, media? I'm gonna block you if you keep. I'm gonna put you on timeout if you keep doing just weird
White
comments.
House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence. The big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval. They call that the yellow oval?
Yes, exactly, the yellow oval office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint.
I'd buy a huge house.
Sidney Powell was fighting. Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting.
I don't trust this Cassidy Hutchin lying chick.
Look,
they blurred it out. You can't even read it. It's blurred. See how it's blurred?
The meeting finally broke up after midnight.
Hold on. I'm going to pause this just real quick, guys. Look at it. They're showing you a text message behind, but look, they're blurred. You can't even read that. They could have put whatever they want.
Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight during the early morning of December 19. Cassidy Hutchinson.
What can I help you with, media? You seem like you're a troll spamming.
Of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes. And then the president said, okay, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her a security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipollone and/or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here's how Pat Cipollone described it.
Did you give him
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed
time
to.
out?
Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view.
I'm a Fed, you're a Fed, vote.
But she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken?
If I was a Fed, why would my house get raided by the FBI?
Again, I'm not going to get into what
Why would they steal all my shit?
in the meeting.
Go fuck yourself.
My recollection is you're not appointed until steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipollone, when the matter continued to flare up,
Are you gonna have to kick him out?
several days, was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was
Should've let him talk.
seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
You know, now that you mention it, probably both.
What? I'm not giving you a treat. You already had a treat.
I think I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to,
You had 2 treats.
get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation.
They don't talk about them really.
In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election, before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of
That's
Trump
exactly what they're
supporters,
trying to do. They're worried about the
registered
election in 2024
wildprotest.com,
future.
named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting
That's all he wanted.
the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people
Yeah, a lot of bullshit today, Jim.
Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump is calling on his supporters to descend on Washington, D.C., January 6th.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol. You know, we know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically called on his supporters.
Why are they showing Tim Pool and all these other guys?
That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red
Salty
bitch.
Cracker made it.
This is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest. It's going to be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely correct.
Motherfucker, you better look outside. You better look out January 6th. Kick that fucking door open. Look down the street. There's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is
The only thing we are armed with were these.
When history called, where were you when you and your children's destiny and future was on the line?
I was in January 6th on top of the Capitol, last man standing.
In
That's
that
where I
clip, you
was.
heard one of Trump's supporters predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter. But the point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect.
Real quick, Jim, I got the email, or I got the letter in the mail saying I had to go testify in front of the January 6th committee. I talked to Joe Biggs' lawyer. I said, what do I do? I don't want to go speak in front of them. And what he did is he's like, let me get you a lawyer. So he got me Alex Jones's lawyer, which is Norm Pattis. So I'm talking to Norm, and he's like, okay, you know, we need to go over this. And I hired Norm. I had to pay him a huge retainer. And then he said, so Eddie, when did they subpoena you? And I'm like, I didn't get a subpoena. I just said that I have to show up. And he's like, so no subpoena? And so I sent it to him, and I was like, no. And he's like, okay. He's like, do you want to testify? I said, no. He's like, good. I'll go tell him to fuck off. And that's what he did. So far, I haven't. But they did subpoena all my cell phone records.
That Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for platform and content moderation policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered adopting a stricter content moderation policy after President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by from the lectern at the September 29th presidential debate.
And we
but
did.
Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity, discussing Trump's
and if this was a real court case, you're not allowed to block your employee, or you're not allowed to block anybody who's accusing you of anything.
My concern was that the former president, for seemingly the first time, was...
All right, you know what, media? I'm sorry. You're just doing stupid stuff. You're blocked. Get out of here.
In giving them directives.
These trolls are not very good today.
We had not seen that sort of
I think it's just somebody trying to get
and that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried, and others on Twitter were worried, that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
Yeah. I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of
my Oreo Express shirt's out for delivery.
Having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump or anyone else, would it have taken...
They won't say who it is, Diggleworth.
For him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. if former President Donald Trump or any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Oh, they don't
grave concerns. Trump remained
ban
on the
Antifa.
platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if
dude, this plate's really expensive.
Organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry. And
dude, it sounds like Ultimate Podcast, doesn't it? It sounds like Ultimate Podcast.
Behind why they were prepared to fight.
Somebody text the Ultimate trying to get in here.
Prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause,
Doesn't it sound like Ultimate?
In DC on January 6th as well. I will also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were...
The fact that they're hiding their... I mean, it could be anybody. It could be Nancy Pelosi.
Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protest in D.C. on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag.
This could be anybody.
DC on January 6th.
You know, all you got to do really is get an audio. All you could do is reverse engineer this. If you have the right audio equipment, you can delete this. It's real easy. We can figure out the voice. I bet you President Trump already has somebody on it. Number two, that media person, the reason why they're probably coming in here is because I got 8,000 subscribers and they don't. They're trying to get more.
To come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent.
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there? Another asserted,
Trump didn't tell us to come armed.
Us all to come armed.
He never said
Fucking
come armed.
This is happening.
This is bullshit. He never said to go armed.
Further.
That's a lie.
It will be wild means we need volunteers.
Just because stupid people say shit on Twitter doesn't mean
Watkins,
it's true.
The owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement,
can dogs have yogurt?
Importance of Trump's tweet.
He really likes these strawberry things.
Why did you first decide to go to D.C. for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
Ronnie.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild. Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as,
white nationalist.
Why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child?
It's good for dogs all day. Thank you, Ivy.
Of the rope. White revolution is the only solution. Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police? Another wrote on the Donald.win, cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood.
Oh my gosh. That's what other people are writing.
Openly racist and anti-Semitic forum.
Openly racist and anti-Semitic forum.
Deposed That site's founder, Jody Williams,
Just because you say it doesn't mean it's
confirmed
true.
how the president's tweet created a laser-like focus on the date of January the 6th.
People have been talking about going to D.C. as soon as the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, you know, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk.
Who's this guy?
Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay, and that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats.
I used to chat on
Bringing
that site.
handcuffs and wait near the tunnels, wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The post concluded, join your local Proud Boys chapter as well.
Yeah.
Donald.win featured discussions
Our
of
website
the
got
tunnels beneath the
shut
Capitol
down
complex,
because we had so many people trying to
suggestions for
join the Proud
targeting
Boys.
members of Congress, an encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter. He said there was overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Did you reserve, Brownie?
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Look at this. They need to have they gotta be escorted out.
White House described as heated and
Oh my gosh, this is so fake. This is getting on my nerves. Everything's lies. And you know, they call this a hearing. This is not a real hearing. A hearing, you have two sides. When you have a witness testify against somebody, then you cannot testify in a court. Look at there's ugly Adam Schiff. When you testify in court, or if somebody accuses you of something, they have to show you who your accuser is so you can defend yourself. They're not doing any of this here. And the whole thing is edited. It's all edited. Why don't you show the... You know what they should do is every time the January 6th committee holds an investigation, they should video stream the whole thing live so we know it's unedited. Oh, you want me to... Uh-oh. Don't mention Kathy Griffin. I'm going to have to start mentioning... bring Kathy Griffin into the thing. All right, we got 10 minutes. Let's go back to court for a little bit.
Contest the formal extradition process.
These ones are pretty cool. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Whoa, whoa.
All right. Well, Deputy Ashu or Ricania, who's there? Deputy Ashu, do you have the document?
All right, you know what? I'm gonna show you guys something. I'll show you guys something. Hold on. Let me open it up, or let me. You guys are watching on this one. Let's go here. I'm gonna show you guys. You guys want to see what it was like January 6th? I'll show you what it's like. Oh, we can watch Bike Girl right now. That's true. Hope sent me the link. Hold on, let me show you guys something real quick though. You know, I can show you guys just a little bit of what it looked like out there on January 6th. I can show it to you because I was there, because I got it. I've got it. I've got it all. I've got it. Not only do I have it, but I got this in 3 full 60-degree video. Here we go. You guys want to see what happened that day? Look at this. This is what happened that day. This is people cheering and yelling. This is what happened on January 6th. Look at this. Just me chatting with people. Nobody's doing anything wrong. Nobody's ruining stuff. Right? Let's see.
It used to be that.
What did I do?
A lot of parts of Brooklyn.
What did I do? I hit the wrong button. Look at this. Freaking, let me go a little forward here. Yeah, I'm still at the bottom. Let's see. There's a guy that comes down in a few minutes here. I don't know why my camera keeps spinning around. Oh yeah, this guy right here. This guy comes down, right? He's hit with pepper spray. Let me find. Look at this. They're just singing the national anthem up there. Well, yeah, this is a whole bunch of terrorists, right? Look at these terrorists here. Look at all these terrorists singing the national anthem. Bunch of terrorists. I don't think I saw him, no. Look at these terrorists. Bunch of terrorists. There's Antifa. Look, there's Antifa guy right there. Black mask, all in black. I bet you this guy's Antifa. Look at him. That's probably Antifa right there. Yeah, this is my... Yep, look, that's me right there. This is my 360 camera. There's me right there. But, like, this guy that got hurt right here, he starts screaming. He's like, come on, you motherfuckers, let's get back in there. Let's go get him. And then he runs back. Let me see if I can find it when he runs back up. He was there for a while getting help. Oh, see, he's gone now. Okay. Is he still there? Nope, he's gone already. Let me find it when that guy goes running back. Because it's hilarious. There he, oh no, that's a girl. Oh, there he is right there. Right, these are a bunch of terrorists here, right? Everybody's just standing around. Nobody's breaking nothing. This guy looks like Antifa, though, right here. I gotta admit. Look, this guy goes back up.
Whoa, be careful, guys. Gonna break my camera stuff.
This guy goes right back up to the top. Lots of terrorists there. Alright, let me play the clip now. Let me play the clip now that Hope sent me. It's all, I don't know, I think Garage just been having a bad week. And we've had a lot of trolls in here, Jim. It's just, it happens. It's just okay. You're alright. Don't you guys calm down? He just asked a question if this was my footage. That's all he did. Alright, here's Bike Girl. We're gonna watch let's see, copy message link. There we go. Donnie, I'm not giving you any more. You've had enough of those treats. You're not gonna get treats all day just because you ask. Alright, so here's Bike Girl. Is this Chris's video footage? Or is this her footage? Now I get to finally see who Bike Girl is.
Do you want to have a conversation or not?
I don't want to talk to you.
Well then, why are you talking to us then? Can you explain to me why?
She looks like that one Saturday Night Live actress.
Is that how you love people? You just tell them to fuck off and you had a conversation?
So now, I'm gonna need you to move, okay?
Not Tina Fey. What's the blonde actress on Saturday Night Live?
Just so you know, somebody loves you. You know that, right?
That's what I thought, loser.
You know somebody loves you, right?
That's what I fucking thought.
So it's like this chick right here. So it's like this chick.
That's what I fucking thought. They're not moving their vehicles, sir.
Oh, maybe not.
They're not moving their vehicles. You can do it. Fuck off, losers.
You sound like
Why are you wearing a
hey,
mask
would
when
you
it's
like
hanging
to-
down below your chin?
Fuck off, loser. Fuck off, loser.
Would you care to say anything besides?
She got a nice bike though. Is that where we had lunch, our lunch break at on January 6th? Isn't that where we had our lunch
You
break?
have a lot of hate compared to what your sign says. Do you care to talk about that? Can you say anything besides that? What does your sign say?
Fuck off.
Food trucks plan, get a clue, we hate you. I thought you were inclusive and friendly people. Why do you hate people so much?
Fuck off. Not you. Fuck them.
Why do you hate people
Fuck
so
off.
much?
Fuck off.
I thought you were about spreading love and inclusiveness.
She's just telling everybody to fuck off.
No,
I think
it's
she's
not
trying to
the
get
same
laid.
person from yesterday.
Oh shit, is that Gavin McGinnis? I see. No, that can't. No, I'm looking at the guy behind the screen. I guess.
By Trump. And I expect that there's going to be a lot of emphasis on through in the
Oh, sorry, we're a few
condo
seconds behind.
That happened after that one, we believe.
But also, and
Hove is a former spokesman for
Van
the
Tattenmore?
ODA.
Who's Van Tattenmore?
Lip, though, about who their witnesses would be, James. They cited security. But there's also been the question of witness tampering, which Liz Cheney brought up at the end of their last hearing.
yeah, and so this is this world. These guys. The January 6th defendant.
Who knows?
Get more
Who are
leniency
these
in a
people?
sense for cooperating with the committee, but for the former Oath Keepers spokesman, he's alienating a whole world that he's been a part of for more than a decade. So testifying.
Well, she
isn't
has a
without
lot of
risk,
energy.
and there are a lot of people that he has been around who obviously have a very strong incentive for him not to testify. And it's worth mentioning
darn
when
it,
you hear that
they're
the
not
Oath
back yet,
Keepers is
so-
led by Stuart Rhodes, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy by the Justice Department in their separate investigation into January 6th.
Whoops, that's not what I wanted.
And this idea that there was actually
Where's Bike
an
Girl? Oh, there
effort
it is.
by these people who came on January 6th.
I would assume that if it's the same person from yesterday, we would have heard the same F off. There's children around and families. Do you feel like that's the appropriate use of language?
Grau likes her tattoos. Oh, Grau's getting some side boob. She'll be coming around. Hey, look, there's a
Are
Grau's.
you used to this? How long have you been out here doing ice cream?
I've been doing this for almost 4 years in a row.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it busy right now or quiet?
This is the busiest.
This is busy. It's been in a while.
We're here about maybe like 6 months.
It's all good, Grau. We understand.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a woman like that with the language she's using towards people?
They're still not back yet, so.
Is that a new one? At least new today, huh?
Too many people
Yeah.
Do the cops ever do anything to her? Or say something to her? I'm still waiting for it to come back on.
You're a day late on your green. Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. Oh, watch out. I don't want the officer to hit you.
This guy shows up on. Well, how much does that bike cost?
What's that?
That's.
you racist bastards. You want to lead us?
What kind of a bike is that? That's an expensive bike. F up wheels. kind of a bike is
Can
that?
you tell us what's racist about trucks? Fuck y'all, get the fuck out our city. Why don't you talk to me and tell me what's going on besides
Trying to read the name on the bike. What's up, Freckles? This guy's got like a $5,000 bike, and he hates he's a communist. Are they back yet? Hey, look, there's Graw's favorite ice cream, Oreo sundaes, with his favorite friend. I don't know, David Potts. It's just normal liberals.
Love is far nicer than hate. You should try spreading love rather than
What's up,
hate.
Ultimate?
I don't know why you're so angry. Because you refuse to tell anybody.
Violate executive privilege.
You're over here yelling at people who you don't even know.
But he clearly had no problem at all unloading when it came to
Being vile, and then you wonder why I want to come over and show what you're saying. Why don't you tell me what you believe instead of just standing?
I don't get why people just come and do this.
You are nothing but hate in a tiny package, and it's unbelievable.
Hate in a tiny package.
And you've got your bodyguard here, but you don't need a bodyguard.
Wrapped together.
Oh, comrade, isn't that a communist? Lingo, your comrade.
It doesn't appear.
Do you believe in communism? No, I'm anti-fascist. I do not believe in.
Honor couple. What is that? $1,000 electric bike?
Well, if you're talking about kids in Black Bloc, no, I am not in Black Bloc.
The testimony from Pat Cipollone.
Oh, let me see if my mail came in yet, because I'm expecting my shirt.
Publicly, in fact, even in front of all of us, James.
Really?
And it does seem like
It's been delivered. As soon as the hearing starts, I'm gonna go get my shirt.
18th December 19th time frame.
But they're not anti-vax.
My shirt is here. My shirt is here.
They're actually not anti-vax.
What's up, Ziggy?
Freedom of choice. There's people who are vaccinated. You don't talk to them and ask them. There's people who are vaccinated. Why do you believe what this?
Saying that he did tell Trump that he had lost.
Don't talk to them. They're vaccinated. They are vaccinated. It's not about that. You're imbecile because you believe what the mainstream media tells you. These people are vaccinated. They don't want to force other people to be vaccinated. It's about freedom of choice, freedom to live your life. And you're going to lose your freedom very quickly with an attitude like that. You know what? You're drunk? You're drunk? That's not the same thing. It's not. It's not. No, you're convoluting ideas. It doesn't hold up.
Hello, Elaine.
You know what? You are free to drive drunk, but you pay the consequences for it.
I don't get why all these people want to do is scream.
Try to get him to weigh in. So we've heard various.
They're still not back yet.
But you're just angry. You're both very angry.
I don't know what is the vaccination of a deaf fiend.
We saw a new text from Cassie Hutchinson to Tony Renato, the Secret Service alum.
Really?
Deputy White House Chief of Staff.
But I'm not Newsmax. But they may pick it up after this.
Around the Oval Office.
Your anger over something you're not aware of, and you don't know what it is. You don't know why you're mad. You're just mad because somebody.
You don't ever see conservatives get angry like this unless they're provoked.
Whatever, and you're free to do that. That's what freedom's all about.
On his rented bicycle.
It's clear you can't have a rational conversation. You're so upset.
Michael Flynn was seen once again.
Yeah, but it's still freedom. And when you lose that freedom, it's all gone after that. So obviously you're anti.
Don't those bikes cost like $20 a day to rent?
Wow, you just keep getting angrier and angrier, and I don't know why. I'm not yelling profanities at you.
In the audience.
Thank you very much. I don't disrespect you. I don't know why you're disrespecting people you don't know anything about. All right, this isn't your city. This is America's city.
By the way, guys, this weekend I'm going to be going to some protests down in LA. I'm going to be going meet Kayleigh McEnany in LA. I'm going to live stream Kayleigh McEnany when I meet her.
Talking about, I think they're playing some things things out. Talk about coming to the Capitol and.
At least they're not freaking backing their ass up and shaking their ass.
Police efforts.
I feel sorry for that beautiful German Shepherd. He's got to live with a liberal. Poor German Shepherd.
What is it about America that you hate? That you're giving the finger to American truck drivers. How do you get the food that you were delivered today?
How do you get that phone you're using right now?
If you didn't have American truck drivers, you would be planning and growing your own food, and I don't know that some of you could do that. Could you grow your own food?
No, this was from a couple months ago.
How would the stuff get to you? You guys, if you don't support the truck drivers, you have a problem. Do you not understand that that's how the things get here? Why? Why? Do I not have a right to be here, sweetheart?
And there is a sense that
I'm not going anywhere.
To get to the bottom of
this is my home. It's called America.
The needs to put out its report before the end of the
I'm
year.
sorry you're so triggered and angry. And it's going to be difficult for you to find your way in life if people on the street anger you so much.
And so there's this
This chick is psycho, isn't she? Alright, let's check this out again.
What happened to
Still nothing.
Prove
By the way, so I'm gonna go meet Kaylee McEnany in a couple weeks, or this weekend, I should say. So on Saturday, I get to go meet Kaylee McEnany. I'm taking my service dog, Donald J. Trump. And look, I bought him a Donald Trump tie to wear because it's a gala event. So I'm going to put this around Donnie's neck. And we're going to go meet Kaylee McEnany. I'm excited for this weekend. Can you tell? I'm very excited. And then I'm going to go Sunday. I'm going to go to, there's a couple rallies over the weekend in LA I'm going to go to as well.
To pretend that they're not, and to say it's old news, or to say that this is a partisan exercise. But privately,
their 10 minutes has turned into 20 minutes already.
People watching right now, listening to you and your foul mouth and your incredible ideas of what people are about. You're the inclusive, morally superior people, but yet you're standing here.
Her mask is doing really good on her arm, isn't it?
Play out.
This is my camera.
Be a disaster.
We're doing a selfie. A triple selfie. So you can watch the live stream and get the selfie in. That's so cool. Send that to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't wait to meet Kaylee McEnany. Oh my gosh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bless you. Hopefully people understand I'm a journalist, but to be attacked as a journalist is not a free America.
Jason Van Tatenhoff, he's
how do you know? You don't even know who I am. Here,
also
here's my card.
Attacked the Capitol
that
day. That's who will be speaking before this committee.
You can't argue with people who hate so much.
I wish you'd hurry up and get started again so I can go get my my shirt.
Hate is not acceptable in this country. Anybody should, any of you, come out and see or watch my
Black
channel.
Bikes Matter.
What the truckers are all about. It's not what these people are yelling about.
Interpreting Donald Trump's,
and that's the truth. But mainstream media, DC media, doesn't want to show you that.
Saying to the audience.
It was pretty striking because it was directly at odds with the message that Twitter itself has espoused over the last year.
There you go, guys.
They didn't know what was going on, and they didn't think he was actually inciting violence.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go run up and get my shirt, get my mail. I got my new Oreo shirt coming in, so give me 1 second.
Contrary to what its executives
it's gonna take me more than
claimed,
that.
Publicly, they saw that Trump was assembling a mob. They saw a massive increase in engagement, not just on their own site, but in related sites where traffic was being driven. They saw this buzz and this conversation. So it was essentially like this employee who sounded like someone who was in a position to know was watching this car crash that was about to happen in the run-up to January 6th. Jamie Raskin framed it interestingly. He talked about there being 3 rings, and in the first closest ring, it's Donald Trump pressuring Pence. Then it's the domestic violent extremist groups, and then on the outside, it's the large angry crowd, and that crowd was summoned because of what was happening on Twitter and elsewhere.
The committee members returning to the dais. Of course, the committee chair and vice chair leading the way. We're also hearing a lot from Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy and Congressman Jamie Raskin today. Let's head back to Cannon Caucus Room. This is the 7th hearing this summer in this series. At the witness table, former Oath Keeper Jason Van Tatenhoff and Capitol attacker Stephen Ayers. We will hear from them today as testimony resumes. This is live coverage from the Washington Post.
committee will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, President Trump's tweet drew tens of thousands of Americans to Washington to form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet unite violent groups across the spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C. And not only were they organizing to come to D.C., but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. You know, when you have armed militia, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in terrorism a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly across, not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms of these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going, what's the weather like where you're at, but like, what are you bringing, what are you wearing, where do we meet up, do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational, that's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that
they still haven't come back yet? Holy jeez.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are two key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call.
Yeah, Mr. Nice Guy. Oh, there he is. He sent me a picture of his baby.
Glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump.
Oh, I wasn't going to say the name, but Ultimate did.
Both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these two extremist groups, which have historically not worked together to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida Three Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meggs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Terrio, and they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense. The committee obtained hundreds of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the
That's
attack,
Oreo
both
Express.
the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th.
I'm going to pause just for one quick second so I can show you guys the shirt, because I'm one of the only, I guess not very many people bought this shirt. So if you guys know Steve Oatley from Wake Up America, he had this shirt. He was making fun of Oreo one day, and he's like, oh, he's such a grifter. He started singing the song from Boy George. Hey! Knock it off. Donnie's trying to steal Brownie's food. It says, do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me beg for money? So yeah, so they put, that's Oreo's face in a Boy George thing. Donnie, why are you being mean to Brownie? So that's why I had to get it. I had to get it. It's funny. It's funny.
He also had connections to the Oath Keepers.
Gonna wear it tonight.
This photo from December 12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of the scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone in the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th. In the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly.
Okay, I'm not going to show it to you up close, but here's Mr. Nice Guy's baby.
Friends of Stone, FOS,
I don't want to show his face, so that's Mr. Nice Guy's baby.
And Ali Alexander. The chat
I guess I can show just the baby, huh? There we go.
In November and December
There's the baby.
Of 2020, as well as January 6th.
Lincoln.
As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they cannot make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These Friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald Trump to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief. We're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hoorah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
Oath breakers! Do your fucking job! Give us 1 hour! 1 hour!
Just the previous night, the co-host of InfoWars issued an ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. Encrypted chats obtained by the Select Committee showed that Kelly Meggs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke directly with Roger Stone about security on January 5th and 6th. In fact, on January 6th, Stone was guarded by 2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy. One of them later pleaded guilty, and according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network. Stone's ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed, required for the first level of initiation to the group.
Lots of people say that.
A lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said, it was Mr. Stone, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
We'll learn more from Ms. Murphy about these individuals and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple
Sorry, I'm looking for a
activists had
photo.
been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was POTUS, and she remarked that the president likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious and publicly defending him.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction, please." According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here is what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, did you tell him what you meant by that, or what did you convey to him about what the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ali Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ali Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the Ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the Ellipse, south of the White House. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal."
What's wrong with that?
Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, you know, this stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly. The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ali Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, tomorrow, ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see. President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involves certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6th. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6th well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is, White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort. Because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an early hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipollone, upon those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the Vice President could or could not do in the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view was that the vice president didn't have a legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They both told us.
He could have held it for a month so they could have searched for stuff.
The Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipollone thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipollone wouldn't refute.
We received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was a campaign, said that the way it was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipollone tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and then I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipollone had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not
What a
have
shit
the
show.
authority to do what was being suggested under a proper reading of the law.
How much more can these people lie?
Okay. I think I actually told somebody, in the vice president's, just blame me. This is, I'm not a politician, I just said, I'm a lawyer. This is my legal opinion. But let me tell you this. Can I say a word about the vice president?
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country. And I think I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors. No real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6th, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principal judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud.
Dude,
but their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6th went forward anyway. The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack
Thank you, whoever got that person.
Tens of thousands of people converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6th, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come. The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
I know, these bots are driving me nuts.
Now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6th, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning. And as this rally was underway, the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office. Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office.
Why are they just showing a picture of him? Why don't they actually show him?
Open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
Did he say anything other than just open the door?
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there was a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
He asked if members of Congress would be...
God damn this person.
And what do you understand by
fucking bot
voting in his favor? I suppose physically with him or anything like that.
Yeah, I took that to mean not voting to certify the election.
Then he did look to the staff and ask for ideas of how, if I recall, he said that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one spoke up initially because I think everyone was trying to process what that he meant by that.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go up to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot, something along those lines, and then he fairly quickly moved.
Lisa, they're very sickening. It's all lies, and it's all edited.
How fired up the crowd.
It's so edited, it's not even funny.
It was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up. They were angry. They feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged.
Did he give any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry?
He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
Or are you talking about the one for a nuclear bomb? What's that, bro?
I was wondering, you got me up on the live?
Yeah, I do.
Gasoline went down a quarter here. That's weird.
And these are some of the things that they were saying there.
Right on. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back later.
All right, bud.
I mean, I'm going to be here. I'm just muted.
This
Don't
is
crash.
nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between
Roger
God
Stone.
and life.
I met him.
Between the godly and the godless. Between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight.
Oh, the libs are definitely living this up.
Soil tomorrow, this is
making their
soil
day.
that we have fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option.
Oh yeah, it's definitely produced by a producer, Eric.
These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this this country down.
I was. Remember, that's the event I was at. I was at that event.
It's 1776. 1776. 1776. 1776.
Alex Jones showed up right after I left. I was pissed.
At 5:05 p.m., as the Freedom Plaza rally was underway just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate
Oh, a
efforts
Twitter
to get Twitter to do
witness.
something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, when people are shooting,
They shouldn't be allowed to show this kind of
will
stuff.
try and rest in the knowledge that we
can't
tried.
hide people's identity, and then
And so I went to. I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Because again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to.
I can't believe we have to watch this shit. But you got to see the lies they're telling.
Reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die.
Nobody was gonna die.
On January 5th, I realized no intervention was coming. And even as hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the limbs.
After this, I'll show you guys that event. I was there live. I'll show you my video from that day.
That was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups.
Yeah.
It is
There were
Sneaky
also
Pete.
concerns among members of Congress.
I mean, they
who
can't
have
even,
a
if they're
recent
hiding these
release
people's
recording of a
faces.
conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of the unfounded objections to the election results.
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members. I'm actually very concerned about this because we have who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today."
I'm gonna pause it for a second. You guys want to see what happened on that day on January 5th? We had a party. We had a party. This is that day right there. Watch, we had a party. Why is it spinning?
And they say I'm a sellout because they disagree. Call it cool, I'm full time, but at least I can say I'm free.
We had a party that night. That's what we did.
Touch my head, I doubt that. 2 ain't never go without that. These things trying to shut us down, but I know we gon' bounce back. I rep that red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Can't wait to see till we win an election.
And that girl was having a lot of fun.
To all the liberals, I'm keeping my weapon. They make a head just to show on my face. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh.
That's what happened that day. We had a
Do not want to
party.
see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore. He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here, the president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information."
And what's
where they
wrong with
want
that?
to recertify. No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement?
What is
between
that's
the
high?
president and vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
This guy looks high. Look at him. Watch when they show his face.
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman. Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement? I just remember him saying that that he had a I don't want to get this wrong. Sort of something to the effect of thinking that it would be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly. So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th.
Right, Lisa?
It just came up in the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a sidebar with me about it.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the vice president. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the vice president told the president that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the president called the vice president of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here is how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough sentence about the vice president that was added.
President Trump wanted to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen. When President Trump arrived at the ellipse to deliver his speech, he was still worked up from his call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so,
It is.
her chief of staff
Lisa,
gave the committee
the
some
only
insight
thing this
into the
committee is here for is
president's
to make Trump look bad, so when he runs for election next
It
time,
reported that you ultimately decided
people won't
to
vote
attend
for
the
him.
rally
That's all
because
this
you
is.
hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm the situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did
Knife
go on
bot,
stage,
that's not
and then he gave
nice.
the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but
They're
also
trying,
many important
Angelia, but I don't think they will.
ad-lib changes.
Trump's gonna make
A
it.
single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to
Did I
the
spell something
rhinos
wrong?
and the stupid
Oh, I
people
did mean
that he's
boobs.
listening to.
Damn autocorrect.
We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen.
Got something going on up ahead. I don't know if it's a wreck or what.
He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join
know,
them.
girl.
And his supporters believed
Copy
him.
that. Got an ambulance, it looks like. I don't know what
As a
it
result,
is.
people died.
Crazy.
People were injured.
Yeah.
Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same.
I'm
President
voting
Trump's
for
former
it.
campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the
Probably
speech
a car wreck.
and this is what he said on January 6 in excerpts from
Maybe.
text messages to Katrina Pearson.
They got us going
Mr.
around.
Parscale said, quote, "This is
Whatever
Donald
it
Trump
is.
pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt
looks like
right
a
at the
wreck in
time,
the
therefore
intersection.
it was right."
Okay,
Mr.
girl.
Parscale added, "Yeah, but
Sorry.
the woman is dead."
You're good.
And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone. When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Welcome to TW Live.
Yields back. We're joined
I don't have you on
today
camera right now, Graw.
by Mr. Jason Van.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay.
And Mr. Stephen Ayers. Mr. Peyton Hove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer
Oh,
Stone
man, that
Rhodes,
looks
the
bad.
founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to
Hold
the
on, let me
Capitol
put you
attack.
on so I can show everybody.
Mr. Van
Give me a
Peyton
second, guys.
Hove broke with the Oath
Gonna move
Keepers
around so I can
and
get
has
closer.
since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's
Bro,
call
doing
to
live
come to
PD now.
Washington, D.C. on
I'm
January
doing live
6th.
PD, Broken Arrow,
He marched to
Oklahoma.
the Capitol on the president's orders.
Now I
He
got you
pleaded
up.
guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning.
If you guys want to help me write
I
these
will now
Nightbot
swear
quotes,
in our
I appreciate it.
witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Maybe see.
Oh, now they believe in God, right? These stupid liberals that don't want
That
to
the
believe in
record
God.
reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I recognize myself for questions.
Oh, wow, Graw.
Today we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington,
Oh, it was a
D.C.
kid. I hope the kid's
Many
okay.
of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians.
Scattered pretty
alike.
bad.
We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses
This right here
who
looks
can
bad.
help us
Yeah, it
understand who was in the mob that day.
Four-car
Extremists
involved.
like Court Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand
chat box?
who the Oath Keepers are?
Oh shit, what did I do?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at
They're gonna
Bundy
kick
Ranch
your
at
ass.
first standoff.
The Oath Keepers are gonna kick your ass.
I then subsequently covered 2 more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as National Media Director and
It's pretty bad, Eddie.
the webpage.
Yeah, it does, bro. Looks real bad.
So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers.
I think the ambulance has already been here and gone.
Tell you that
They're in cleanup process now.
a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stuart Rhodes.
He's gonna have your ass, dude.
They and I think
This
rather
the
than
Oath
try to
Keeper is
use words, I
former
think
Oath
the-
Keeper is testifying.
The best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued.
I don't understand all the. Are those
over a period of time as
tire marks on the ground right there in front of you, Gra?
was that
No, that's just tar.
Okay.
It looks like these two may have been afterwards. The white SUV and the green Chevrolet. This one was probably initially the hit. I'm guessing this guy, I don't know. It's hard to put together.
Pausing it just for a second, guys, so because while Gra's talking about this, yeah. See, it
Sorry, I didn't mean
no, it's not your fault. It looks like those lines going. It almost looks like tire tracks. You know, I know which ones are the oil spills. But those one, yeah, those two right there. Those almost.
Yeah,
look
those
like
are.
tire marks.
Yeah, that's tar. There's some tire tracks right there behind the truck.
Yeah.
You know, but
hope everybody's
something
okay.
got really scattered.
Wow. Gra's
Pieces
like me.
here.
Whenever he goes out, he always freaking finds something. Yeah, a piece of the car.
Piece of something right there. Pieces scattered everywhere.
Wow. That's dangerous.
Is everybody okay? Or good, thank you.
Well, she said everybody was okay.
Yeah, she said everyone's okay. That's great to hear.
So guys, this is our on-scene reporter. This is God Rides a Harley. Don't forget, if you want to donate some money to him, Cash App God Rides a Harley.
Thank you. I was headed to the butcher shop and came across this.
Wow.
But she did say everyone was okay, so that's good to know.
Very good to know, guys. Very good to know.
Looks like they're in the cleanup process.
Yeah, it does. Sounds good. That's really good. I'm glad.
Right. We now return you to your regularly scheduled program.
Oh, you mean all the lies that we're hearing here?
Yeah, the J6 shit show.
Yeah.
I'm actually headed right over here to the Harvard Meats place.
Well,
get some real beef.
There you go.
The fake stuff.
Gra's gonna go get some bacon. He loves his bacon, just like me.
You're fine.
Look at that.
Glad to hear everyone's okay.
That's cool. So let's look at this, guys. The police department in Oklahoma here. I won't say what city he's in, but they're sitting
Broken
there.
Arrow. I don't care. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Broken Arrow. They actually moved out of Gra's way so they wouldn't be in front of the camera. That's a cool cop. Most cop, that's awesome. They could have ran into the Bank of America and got some. Maybe they were running from Bank of America. Maybe they just robbed Bank of America. You never know.
Headed over there to cash their stimulus check. By the way, Bank of America are the ones that revealed everyone's bank accounts whenever our federal government asked for it.
Oh yeah, they did. Anybody who used an ATM in Washington D.C.
Yeah, anyone that was that was identified at January 6th, that used the transaction through the Bank of America, federal government asked for the Bank of America to reveal to them those people's information.
Right. And what's funny is I guess they're just adding information because as long as you had a cell phone, I forget which documentary I watched. I think we watched it together. Oh, I know which one it was. It was 2000 Mules. They said even if your cell phone was turned off, it still reported, it still checked in with the cell towers and told them exactly where you were.
Yes, exactly. That's right.
And that's according to 2000 Mules. That's not according to Graw and I. This is just what they said on the movie 2000 Mules.
Right, allegedly. We're saying allegedly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So pulling you can't even pull your battery out of your phone anymore. That's probably why.
No, you can't.
That's probably why, because even though you turned it off, it's probably still running in the background, even though you think it's not. I'll bet you money.
How are you guys today?
Hey, Graw, tell him thank you for his service. Is that a Navy hat?
Right on. My friends in the chat want to thank you for your service, sir.
I'm glad that guy's okay. That looks horrendous. Oh my gosh.
All right, guys.
All right.
Hand it back over to Eddie.
Right
and I'll go
on.
back on mute.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Graw. We appreciate you showing that, bud. That's awesome. There's our star reporter on the street, folk. God rides a Harley. All right, back to the stupid lies.
To work for them, but the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by
militia.
The ego and drive of Stuart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So,
that's a good idea, real life.
In my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You talked a little bit about that danger. So, what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers.
Sorry guys, I didn't realize it fell off.
It does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point.
I think I need to keep this mug for myself.
There were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did.
I should keep this for myself, huh?
But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group.
Dude, this guy's gonna get his ass kicked. He's gonna get Clinton's.
And they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not...
Dude, there's bad people in every group.
Wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group.
Oh, Lisa, I guarantee you they're going to kick his ass.
You tell the American people
Guaranteed. If I saw him, I'd kick his ass, and I'm not even an Oath Keeper.
Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah, basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. You know, family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my other, a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah, here's my other shirt, guys. I don't know if you guys seen this one yet.
This committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video.
That's the only reason why he's there.
Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
Only reason why he's there.
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, he basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
I think you're right, Sneaky Pete.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out, and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions that she
This is
may
what I
have.
say to her. This is what Miss Cheney.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered
I tell you what, if Liz Cheney, if I have to get interviewed by the January 6th committee and I gotta be in front of her, I'm gonna say I want it live. And you know what I'm gonna say I'm gonna say it live on the stream. I'm gonna say all you are is a rhino. You're a fucking rhino. That's what I'm gonna say to her. I kind of hope they call me for the January 6th so I can go and say that straight to her face.
Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was.
Yeah, Twitter made him
very
do
upset. As were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened.
The only reason he's saying that is so he doesn't get in trouble, so he stays out of jail.
Research and everything, and for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits.
He's a
being
former
shut
oath
down
keeper.
one after another, that was
That's who he is,
mainly
Gail.
What convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think so, Ziggy.
Earlier today, we showed how Donald Trump's December
Ziggy, you might want to erase that
summoned
so you don't get in
both
trouble.
extremist groups as well as rank and file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans.
An Oath Keeper, they're like a group of patriots, just like the Proud Boys.
And they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, fight, 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 and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, you were in that crowd at the rally, and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
Wait a minute. I gotta look through my video,
We
see if
didn't
he's there.
actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why did you decide to march to the Capitol?
Yeah,
Well,
but the
basically,
FBI watches
you know,
my
the
channel.
president, you know, got everybody
Chat
riled
box.
up, told everybody head on down.
I
We
know the
basically
FBI
just
told
followed
me
what
they
he
watch my
said.
channel every day.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol,
Hi,
how did
FBI.
you feel?
I was, you know, I'm angry, you know, after everything that was
Hey, FBI, can I have my computers back? Can I have my hard drives back?
said in the speech. You know, a lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So I mean, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
What's up, Roland?
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did. You know, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that,
Great, now I can't get that song out of my head by Bryson Gray.
was not
Trump
gonna
2020,
certify
I'm
the
about
election.
that.
You know, also the whole time on our way down there, I kept hearing about this big reveal. I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So.
Who likes Bryson Gray in here?
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. You know, he said in his speech.
You're already in their
kinda like
database.
he's going to be there with us. So I mean, I think I believed it.
Bryson Gray. Trump 2020, and I'm about that.
We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that
Oh,
afternoon and then
oh,
left the Capitol area later
oh.
on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when
I'll play Bryson Gray
President
after
Trump
this.
put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. You know, to me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, you know.
So, Eddie, check this out. Can you hear me?
Hold on 1 second, Graw. Let me pause this so I can hear you. 1 second, bud.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
All right, Graw, what are we showing here?
No, nothing. I was in, you know, I went to the butcher shop and got some, you know, some stuff. And I told the girl at the counter, you know, I get a senior discount. But I told her, I said, don't forget to give me my Trump discount. She goes, Trump discount? I'm like, yeah, my Trump discount. She goes, you know what? That's a good idea. Maybe I should put a sign on the cash register.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah,
you
get
go.
10% off. Wear a Trump hat, Trump T-shirt, FJB, or whatever. Because the first one, I went in there one time with an FJB T-shirt on. She goes, I'm giving you 10% off just for that T-shirt.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
she said,
awesome.
you know what? That's a great idea. You know, 10% off.
Heck
Trump
yeah, it is.
discount. I don't know. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, Graw. Graw's out there on the streets, guys. Oh, shit, you guys can't see nothing again. All right, hold on. Here we go, we're back. Here, you guys want to see, here, you want to hear what song I'm talking about? This song right here.
One more time. Hey, Trump 2020, I'm about that. Touch my head, I doubt that. 2 ain't never go without that. These they trying to shut us down.
This was January 5th. This is the party we were having out there.
Just watch how we bounce back.
Got Forgiato Blow up there.
Easy on my feet, so I'm mega stepping. Tell the liberals I'm keeping my weapon. Been making heads just to show them my place. I'm like, ooh. Y'all ready to put up?
Ooh. Ooh.
1, 2, 3, ooh. Hey, Trump 2020, hey, touch my head. Hey, shout out one person he's saying in the crowd, but let's get it. Hey, hold on.
And actually, I got a video from DC where I was actually, they made the video for this song, and I was in the video. Well, not in the video, but I was there when they were filming it, like right next to them. I interviewed Forgiato Blow and Bryson Gray.
Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6th, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored
This
President
guy.
Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, the 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stuart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that, and what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, it was a lot of fun.
I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy. That
Forgiato Blow is awesome.
Forward to move forward with his goals.
I've met him like 3 or 4
agendas.
times now.
I I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. I mean, people died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day.
No, they didn't. Only person that died that day was Ashley Babbitt, you
This
fucking
could have
asshole.
been the spark that started a new
I
civil
forgot to take
war.
pictures.
And Rosanna Boylan.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Rosanna Boylan. That's right, Graw. Thank you.
No one.
That's right. Everybody, I don't know why everybody forgets about her.
Ways to legitimize.
Because nobody put her in the news.
Whether by
Right.
writing it in the trapping.
No,
of
Willow,
it's
you
not
just
a
made a whole.
militia,
You missed a whole bunch of lies like normal.
We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group. But again, we've got to stop with this dishonesty.
Hey, girl, I got a coffee mug for you. It says "World's Best Lover."
They are, you know.
It says what?
He's a militia
World's
leader.
Best Lover.
He had these grand
right.
dreams of being a paramilitary
Got the T-shirt and the
the
underwear.
Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. You know, the fact that the president was communicating.
So anyway, yeah, Eddie, for you remember for all those people out there that want to track us down to where we live.
Oh yeah, Graw's gonna show you his house.
We keep the board. Yeah, everybody worries about being doxxed or whatever. Yeah.
Hey, that looks familiar, Graw. I looks like I've been in that neighborhood.
Like you've been here before. It's fear mongering. Look at the stats. They all threaten, we're going to dox you and find out where you live and do this and do that. Have they ever done anything? No.
Well, actually, I have had Antifa show up at my house one time in Madera.
You're kind of something. You're something a little different.
Yeah. Don't you know, Graw? I'm kind of a big deal. I thought you knew that.
You're kind of a big deal. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not. So don't let them do that to you. Don't live your life in fear. Buck them and feed them fish sticks.
Right, dude. And I was pissed. So when I stayed at Graw's house, I went around this neighborhood. Yeah, look at that. That's awesome. I went around Graw's neighborhood looking for a freaking house for sale because he lives in a great neighborhood. I couldn't find one.
You notice and Eddie, did you notice when you're here, people drive through, they wave at you. Like,
yeah. Oh my God.
You can't really tell, but they just on their steering wheel, they just raise their hand a little bit like this,
Oh yeah, almost every person that drove by me, because I would walk Donnie out every single day, and every day as I'm taking Donnie for a walk, people would be like, "Hey, how you doing?" Like I was their friend for years, and like I'm just visiting Graw, and they're just, "Hey, buddy, how's it going?" It was awesome. That's why I want to buy a house in Graw's neighborhood.
Well, let's drive over here and see if there's any for sale down this street. I haven't been down this street. And there was one. At one time, this house right here, right there, that house was for sale at one time for I think like $149, maybe $159. 2-story, probably 2,600 square foot.
So 2,600 square foot in Broken Arrow for $140,000. I sold my house. Yeah. That was a piece of junk. It was a fixer-upper, 800 square foot house in Madera for $80,000 cash. I probably could have got more, but
yeah, probably.
But so my piece of shit house in California, I could have gone over there and bought that. Here we go. Graw's house is coming up on the right. Here's Graw Street, guys. Look, Graw Street. Go dox him. This is his street. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And he's up here on the left, folks.
He's showing his address.
Oh
my
no.
God. Did anybody get that street corner? Make sure you got that street corner.
Here's Graw's house on the left. Here he is.
See me. We'll have a drink, and I don't drink. So
Look
what's
at
that?
Hey, what are you doing in my parking spot? That's my parking spot.
I know, right?
That was nice of Graw. Graw actually let me park my truck in his parking spot, so that was cool of him.
I know. All right, I'm going to carry all this crap in. I'll be over in chat in a little bit.
All right, we're going to get back to this guy. We're going to get back to this jerk off.
Kind of that gave him the nod. And all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
they
A
saw
leader.
a path forward that would have legitimacy.
A great man. That's what we
They
saw in Trump.
Opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force. You know,
paramilitary. We weren't trying to become a
The Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms but explosives to Washington ahead
Bullshit.
of January 6th.
Bullshit.
The committee's also learned that Stuart Rhodes stopped
Bullshit.
to buy weapons on his way to Washington.
You can't. You weapons are illegal in D.C. There were no fucking weapons there, you asshole.
Worth of tactical gear to a
Bullshit.
January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack.
Shut the fuck
Did you
up.
ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
I hate when they lie like
I
this.
mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me, wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function.
Gosh darn it, I
was
keep hitting
to
the wrong button.
Create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East, where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stuart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always
Good night, Lisa.
the push for military
Have fun at work.
training, including
Don't work too hard.
There were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So, yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that
I just realized I'm wearing the same shirt as yesterday.
The next election cycle will bring, and you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
Let's see. Billions of dollars in damage by Antifa. A little bit of damage done by conservatives.
Being boots on the ground at these standoffs, and they were standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies.
Bullshit.
You know, whatever it may be with that
Bullshit.
particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen because the potential has been there. from the
Chat
start.
box.
And we got very lucky that the loss of life was.
Hey, Lisa, are you on our
as
Discord
tragic
chat?
as it
You should
is,
join our Discord chat. You like
that
it.
we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. You know, and I do fear for this next election cycle because who knows what that might bring. If a president that's willing to try to instill and
he is Sneaky Pete.
encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point. And that's a scary notion. I have 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And I fear for the world that they will inherit if we do not start holding these people to account.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Van Tatenhoff. Mr. Ayers, I first want to ask you about what finally caused you to leave on January the 6th. We know that the medieval-style combat with our police, the occupation of the building, this was going on for several hours until the president issued at 4:17 a tweet, I believe, that included a video telling people to go home. Did you see that, and did that have any effect on what you were doing?
Well, when we were there,
This is just for Sneaky Pete, guys. This is Sneaky Pete. Look at this. Look at their mistakes. This is for Sneaky Pete. Sorry.
To disperse, you know, some of the crowd. Obviously, you know, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was
Where did
still
it go?
going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd.
And did you leave at that point?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we.
I don't know where they found this
So,
loser
in
at,
other
Gail.
words,
I honestly
that
don't.
was the key moment when you decided to leave, when President Trump told people to go home.
Yeah, yep. We left right when that come out.
You were not a member of an organized group like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, as
I
most
was.
of the crowd wasn't. I wonder, on January 6th, was it your view that these
You want to see? I'll show you
far-right
guys.
groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and 3%ers
I
and
was
others
a Proud Boy.
were
I
on
still
your side?
represent. I'm still proud
Do
of
you
my
have,
Proud Boys. Love these guys.
Any reservations about marching with them and rallying with them?
Proud Boys are
Well,
freaking
I definitely didn't have a problem.
beasts.
You know, I was probably following them online myself. You know, I thought, you know, hey, they're on our team, good. That's how I kind of looked at it at the time. You know, like I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a good thing.
I'm interested in hearing about what's happened to you since the
He
events
might
of
be.
January 6th. You told the vice chair that you no longer believe Trump's big lie about the election, but that's what brought you originally to Washington. Looking back on it now, how do you reflect on the role that you played in the crowd that day, and what is going on in your life?
Basically, you know, I lost my job. Since this all happened, you know, pretty much sold my house. So everything that happened with the charges.
Oh, he lost
thank
his
God,
job.
a lot of them did get dismissed because I was just holding my phone, but at the same time I was there. So I mean, it definitely it changed my life, you know, and not for the good, definitely not for the, you know, for the better.
That's because you were a dumbass and you went inside.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
what I could say.
All right, real quick, I gotta stop this. So, guys, you guys know I was a Proud Boy. I still support him, just because of what happened on January 6th. For the better of all of us, I am no longer a Proud Boy. But check this out. I used to film with Ben Bergwam. Whenever we would go out, like Ben's like, Eddie, I'm gonna send you up here. He's like, I already got a security detail for you. It was the Proud Boys. Hey Eddie, you're going up to Seattle. You're gonna go march in the chop zone. I got a security detail for you. It's the Proud Boys. So I was like, you know what? One of us has got to join the Proud Boys. We got, you know, these guys are taking care of us. We should take care of their group. And Ben couldn't join the Proud Boys. He's not a Proud Boy because of his, you know, who he worked for and stuff like that. But I could, because while yes, I did work for America's Voice News, I was just an intern. So I kept it quiet and I joined the Proud Boys until I no longer wanted to work for America's Voice News. Then that's when I came out, because America's Voice News, they weren't paying me. I was just a intern, right? I didn't get any cash from them, and I got a little sick and tired of doing all the work for them and not getting paid. So I said, you know what? I know how to get out of this. I'm gonna tell everybody I'm a Proud Boy, which I was. But the Proud Boys have always stuck up for me. Even now, when I'm at, I was in Portland in last August. I got maced. I couldn't see anywhere. You know who got me out of there? It was Proud Boys that got me out of there. When we were in Sacramento, and older ladies were like, I'm afraid to go back to my car. You know who walked them to their car? The Proud Boys did. When we were in not Hollywood, what do you call it? In where all the people go shopping? Beverly Hills, whatever. Whenever there were people out there, oh my gosh, you know, look at there's Antifa over there. I don't want to go to my car right now. Proud Boys walked them to their car. Whenever there was an event and somebody was scared, the Proud Boys were security detail. Never charged a dime. The Proud Boys have a rule. I'm in the Proud Boys, so I was a Proud Boy. I know this. You never hit first. They don't care what you're doing. You never hit first. Then they're saying, well, Proud Boys are wife beaters and they treat their women like shit. Well, that's bullshit. Because I know, I saw the video. This guy hit his wife. And his chapter of Proud Boys beat the hell out of him for hitting his wife. And they said, how do you like getting hit? They beat the hell out of him and then kicked him out of the chapter. They say, you're not a Proud Boy anymore for hitting his wife. So everything bad you hear about the Proud Boys is bullshit. And my Fresno chapter, out of the 15 people that were in there, only 2 were white. Yeah, a whole bunch of racist Mexicans in the Fresno Proud Boys. Just saying, guys. Rodeo Drive, thank you, you're gorgeous. That's where we were.
President Trump is still promoting the big lie about the election. How does that make you feel?
It makes me mad because
This guy's just a loser.
I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. I mean, if I was doing it, hundreds of thousands or millions of other people are doing it, or maybe even still doing it. It's like...
Just makes me mad, sorry.
That, you know, you got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out, you know, could end up being down the same path we are right now. I mean, just don't know.
Mr. Ayers, I see that your wife has joined you today, and welcome to Washington. We know this has been very difficult on you both. And,
his wife's kind of cute.
Your family, what lessons finally do you want the American people to learn from the way you and your family have suffered as a result of these events?
Biggest thing is I consider myself a family man, and I love my country.
Then why are you up there?
I don't think any one man is bigger than either one of those.
Why are you up there lying?
That's what needs to be taken. You know, people dive into the politics.
If I see this guy, I'm going to kick his ass. I'm not promoting violence. Just saying.
I was locked in the whole time. Biggest thing for me is take the blinders off, make sure you step back and see what's going on.
Only reason he's doing this is for a leaner sentence when he goes to court.
And for appearing, both of you, today. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Bunch of losers.
Gentleman
Pieces
yields
of
back.
Shit.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today.
Thank God this
Members
shit
of the
show's
Select
over.
Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record.
I hope Ted Cruz and
opening
freaking
remarks and additional
Jim
questions
Jordan
for the
ask them
witnesses.
questions.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland,
Kick his ass,
Mr.
Steve.
Raskin,
Oh my
for a
gosh.
closing statement.
Thank
I
you,
have
Mr.
gotta
Chairman.
download that one too.
When Donald Trump sent out his tweet, he became the first president ever to call for a crowd to descend on the capital city to block the constitutional transfer of power. He set off an explosive chain reaction among his followers, but no one mobilized more quickly than the dangerous extremists that we've looked at today.
Look at Antifa and BLM.
Fight, they assembled their followers for an insurrectionary showdown against Congress and the vice president. On January 6th, Trump knew the crowd was angry. He knew the crowd was armed. He sent them to the Capitol anyway. You might imagine that our founders would have been shocked to learn that an American president would one day come to embrace and excuse political violence against our own institutions.
No, they would be
Or
going
knowingly
crazy
send
over
an
the shit you're
armed
doing.
mob to attack the Capitol to usurp the will of the people. But you know, Mr. Chairman, the founders were pretty wise about certain things, and at the start of the Republic, they actually warned everyone about Donald Trump. Not by name,
really?
of course, but in the course of advising about the certain prospect that ambitious politicians would try to mobilize violent mobs
Like you with
tear
Antifa?
down our own institutions in service of their insatiable ambitions. In the very first Federalist paper, Alexander Hamilton observed that history teaches that opportunistic politicians who desire to rule at all costs will begin first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions
up,
of the
Narco?
crowd, but then end
Vinny
up
Wynn.
as tyrants.
We missed you Friday night,
trampling
Vinny
the
Wynn.
freedoms and
I
the
did
rights
this
of the
event just for you Friday night.
A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on
What about
one
those assholes
officer
that dropped
who
me
was
down the
badly
stairs?
wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because
Oh,
he
shut
testified
up.
before us last year.
Is that the Ferrone
Sergeant
guy?
Aquilino Gunnell is an Army veteran who spent a year on
I thank you
active
for your
combat
service,
duty in
but
the
fuck
Iraq
you
War
guys.
And then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers as a dangerous weapon. Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Gannell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Gannell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Gannell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot.
Probably say, I'm sorry this happened, but why are you acting like a little
Gannell.
bitch? That's what
In
he
his
said.
inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayers just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shay Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them
I love the
prisoners
veterans,
in
though.
their
I take
homes
care of veterans.
and drove their stress and
I thank them for their
anxiety to
service, for
soaring new
sure.
heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage. That's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's
Wait a minute,
election
wait, hold on.
and
Did he just
seize
say
the
what I think he said?
presidency, interrupted the counting of
Hold
electoral
on.
college votes. Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow new
hold on.
heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage. That's Donald Trump's true legacy.
No, that's the Democrats' true legacy. Antifa is what has brought true carnage to this world.
His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayers and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs
Sorry to hear that, real life.
and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the
Oh,
gentlewoman from
Macardo,
Florida,
he's
Ms.
Antifa.
Murphy, for a closing statement.
He actually threatened me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the US Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then, knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election, and they all have one other thing in common. Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally.
Definitely a rhino.
He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence.
When was the Derek Chauvin trial?
He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipollone.
Man, these guys got too many freaking tweets.
Is that right?
I was, and others who were.
Was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that. and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney
Hey, what's
General.
up? Thanks for rating me.
He did not talk to the Department
Yeety.
of Homeland Security.
Sorry, we're behind.
Mike Pence did all of those things.
We're definitely
Donald
behind.
Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing,
Yeah, she'll be gone real soon.
President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation. A witness
Everybody go check
you
out
have not yet
Yeety's
seen
channel.
in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice.
Does anybody remember
Let
what
me
month
say
the
one more time. We will take any effort to influence witness
I'm trying to find
testimony
something on Twitter.
very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
What year?
yield
What month was the Derek Chauvin
Thank you,
trial
Joe
in?
Lady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if people in this country refuse to accept the results of an election.
Yeah, I was there.
That's part of the way those in positions of public trust uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the
It's all
Constitution.
lies. I mean,
In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob
was it last
violence.
July?
The idea of mob violence make me
No,
think
it was cold in
of another
Minneapolis.
sort of
It
fail
had to
safe.
be sooner. It was March,
All
I think.
across this country,
It goes
there are
last March.
different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our
May,
lives.
hold on, May.
In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different
Maybe it was
ideas.
May.
But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where
I think he
had it
took the
not
video.
been for the federal government
He threatened me.
and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans
So I'm
like
trying to
them
find this tweet where
would have continued
Mercado
to be
Media was
treated
threatening me.
as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel
Yeah, he
in
took it down.
relative safety, and dine and sleep where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by
It's
our
all a
public
joke.
health services or our military, we have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments
No,
in
Mercado
history
Media.
that
When I was
tests
in
the
Minneapolis,
strength
he
of our
told
federal
everybody to go
government.
find me and attack me.
January 6th was an attack on our country.
Bullshit.
It was an attack on our
Antifa's an
democracy,
attack on our democracy and
on our
country.
Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer
June
of
25th,
power
thank you, Ziggy.
from one president to another.
He erased the
Still
tweet. I
makes my
couldn't find
blood
it.
boil to think of it. In a moment like that,
You make
what
my
would you
blood boil.
expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with.
You know, Chata.
You'd expect to be reassured
Shut the
that
fuck
there
up.
was a fail-safe. Instead,
It's almost done, Gail.
the
Then
President
we'll
of the United States sent the mob.
watch
He
something better.
disregarded the advice of the people.
We'll go back to some
who
court
had taken
cases.
an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by
scheme.
people whose loyalty was
This is
only
a
to
scheme with
Donald
all your
Trump.
fucking lies.
There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal.
You mean
and
Antifa?
dereliction. Thank goodness our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution designed. When this committee reconvenes, we'll tell the story of that supreme dereliction by the commander-in-chief. How close we came.
Wait. Listen to those key words.
Catastrophe.
He just said we're going to tell the story. Story. Did you hear that? He said story. Meaning it's all made up. Because this is all made up, folks. Everything is edited. All the videos you see, it's edited. Just like the one they talk about, oh, well we saw weapons there, right? They had video footage of everything. If they had weapons there, remember when that chick was testifying? We would have seen the video footage of it, right? There would have been evidence. Evidence, folks. It's a fucking story, right? Just like when they were talking about the ballot boxes in Georgia. Oh, yeah, that wasn't real. That's fake. But they wouldn't show the video because the video was too damning for them. This is a story, folks. It's made up. It's edited. Sneaky Pete, since you put that, this is just for you. The whole thing this is, folks, you know what this is, folks, right now? Here's what this is. They're afraid that President Trump is going to win the election again. They're so freaking afraid of it. They're doing this whole thing to try and scare people to not vote for President Trump. That's what this is. But you know what? We're going to take over the Senate in a couple months. We're going to take over the Congress in a couple months. And then President Trump is going to be back our president again. Hopefully. Hopefully, if everything goes right, the elections. But you know.
It's funny because he's fat. Nope.
Yes, I'm fat.
For our democracy and how we remain in serious danger.
Yeah, from you and Antifa.
Seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I can stop watching this shit finally. Here, you guys want to see? Let's see, where were we? So they kept talking about the party. Let's play a little bit more music from Bryson Gray.
Hold on.
This was January 5th. You know how they kept talking about it being a bad? Everybody was all arguing. Look at this. We had a party. We had a party.
Are y'all some gun-toting patriots?
Gun-toting patriots.
Okay, we got out there. Drop that.
Going crazy, man.
What's going on?
I felt my camera keep shaking.
Y'all ready to deal in?
Oh, thank you, Gail.
Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American, this magazines and Democrats, the big interest, not really.
This is all we did January 5th. We partied. I saw no police. I saw no guns other than cops on January 6th. No guns. Alright, Yeedy, since you're in here, Yeedy, are you still in here with your group? Hold on. Let me go in here. This is a 360 footage. This was on top of the Capitol January 6th. Real quick, guys. This is... Hardly anybody has seen any of this footage. This footage, I got back from the FBI. This is my footage. This is 360 footage on top of the Capitol on January 6th, okay? So for all you guys over from Yeedy, this is 360 footage, and I'll show it to you. I'm not going to show you everything, but this is, look. Look at all these people hurting stuff. Look at people destroying stuff. Oh my gosh. No. They're up there chanting USA. They're gonna start singing in a minute. Let's see. I know they start singing pretty soon. Let's see. Where they start singing. Yeah, nobody's breaking stuff. See, there's me. Oh yeah, these people are really... Look, do you see a gun anywhere there? Do you see a gun anywhere? I don't see a gun anywhere, folks. You see a gun anywhere? I don't see any guns. Here you... people even carried me up. Watch this. Oh, you're talking about my boy, That's the Point. Brandon from That's the Point. Oh yeah, look at these people destroying stuff. Oh yeah, that's it. Look, they're carrying my scooter. They carried my scooter over for me. And now you'll see them carrying me up. Look. By the way, real quick. Wait, you can't see it yet. Look at that. They're carrying me over. Sorry about the butt crack. Look at that. Patriots carrying me up the steps. And watch this. I'll even show you something else. Okay, so you see this little pass that's right there in the middle on my shirt? That's an official White House press pass that I was given to at Trump rallies. Yeah, it's Brandon with That's the Point. So, yeah. Just saying, folks. It was nothing but peaceful right there.
Why did Obama send money to...
Here, I think yes, General Flynn's sister coming up. Where's General Flynn's sister? I don't like Courtney, but
was that they were ignoring it.
Of brave men and women.
Let me see where General Flynn was.
Voice, we will be reporting the truth right alongside you.
It will be the people's party.
There's General Flynn.
God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. God bless you.
So there was General Flynn. Let's see, what else did I do that day? Oh yeah, this was at the Lincoln. Right. Was this the Lincoln Memorial?
The next memorial.
I went to the Lincoln Memorial. We went to I was in Black Lives Matter Plaza.
Let's roll. We got a lot of riding to do today.
This is Black Lives Matter Plaza. Oh, I'm trying to do my 360 view and it's not 360. Sorry. Okay, let's see.
He's got Black Lives Matter on his skateboard. Yeah, I just want to go, I want to see the White House.
Yeah, that's Cordy Williams.
Look at all this Black Lives Matter.
I don't know. I've heard bad things about the guy. I'm not going to say anything on here, but...
There we go. Now it's done. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Yeah. I spent like 5 hours driving around on my scooter that day.
Batteries are good on the scooter still. Check it. Here you go.
Oh, my mic was messing up there. There's me in front of the Washington Monument.
Right on.
I mean, Lincoln Memorial. What am I talking about?
Noble Beard is on the stage at the rally, right?
Here we go.
No, I'm not gonna take a wreath.
This is the world. This is the Vietnam Veterans Memorial.
All right. Am I going to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, sir? If we can find out.
So I had fun that day. We had a lot of fun
Load
that
up on
day.
some food so that.
Here's me trying to sneak into the crowd.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
And the way they would worship Baal
Can I get
is
by
they
you,
would
sir?
literally sacrifice
Yeah, he was a
children to
chiropractor.
Baal.
Excuse me,
Then they would take
He ran for Senate, or he ran for governor or Senate. I think Senate.
me, you can whip me, you can come after me, you can kill me.
Yeah. So I have some friends that dealt with him. I'm not gonna say anything that worked with him, and they didn't have anything nice to say about him. But I'm not gonna say, you know. Let's see. Let me show you all of these things. Like we'll go back. I'll even show you guys December 12th. On December 12th, I was in a video with, or December 11th. I was in a video with what is this one? I was in the video with Bryson Gray. I interviewed him and stuff. Where is that?
You were the one. I thought it was the prop.
Oh my gosh, this girl.
Yeah, because I thought that he was a man.
This girl worked for what's his
Well, I
name?
am a man down, but.
This girl was trying to flirt or get on camera. Oh, here's my homegirl Jen. She was drunk that night.
We already met. That's my girl Jen. How you doing?
Can you tell how drunk she is? She was having a party good time that night.
I know. We just put a hat on her. I used to use it in Portland.
Yeah, that was Jen. Brandon's on here somewhere. Let me find Brandon. You guys are asking about Brandon.
There's a charge.
Let's see. Where's Brandon?
Lady does not become part of this.
Let's see. Where's Brandon from That's the Point?
Everybody's my buddy. I get along with everybody for the most.
Is it Brandon right here, I think? You were asking about Brandon from That's the Point. He's on
If
this
you want to
video.
get a shirt, actually, I was supposed to meet him today. They're supposed to set it up to where I meet him, but you know, he showed my video that chain video. Yeah.
Remember this girl? She gave me a. What did she do? We can do that, Yeetie, if you want.
I just got my chest plate.
I don't mind.
We love you. That's brother.
Hey, you got a good husband, man. I love your husband.
So this is. Do you guys know Jeffrey Perrine? This is my buddy Jeffrey Perrine. He's the one that went to the Sacramento school board and called him a bunch of cucks.
Is it?
My wife says she's from. What's up, sweetheart?
He's a real good family man.
Me and the Prudent Patriot here, we're gonna be making big. Hey,
Yeah, he's on the Prudent
Jay,
Patriot.
Did you see what I got? They gave this is the Black Lives Matter flag they burnt. They gave it to me.
Oh yeah. Whoops.
She loves you. She's a handicap as well.
Is she?
Just wanted to say that.
She's a handicap.
Give me a hug, bro.
Jeff's wife. Jeff's wife's pretty cool. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
There's somewhere in here where I've.
Man, I'm jealous.
This is Jeremy Oliver. You guys might know him. He's pretty famous too. Trying to find it.
Thank you guys.
Shut it down.
Thanks,
man.
Hey, Enrique.
What's going on in Marriott?
Hello again. How are you?
I don't think I've been on your
Oh, you haven't yet? Oh, okay. What's your name?
I'm Erica.
You're Erica? Where are you from, Erica?
I live in Miami.
You live in Miami? You look like a Miami girl.
I do what?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of Asians in Miami, so I don't know.
No, you're beautiful. That's why I'm saying all the
thank
beautiful
you.
girls are there.
Thank you.
What do you want to say to everybody?
I want to say that
Eddie's always flirting with the girls.
if you are involved in this movement, you are a modern revolutionary and do not give up. Your hope
Trying to
means
find where I was in the
everything to
video
world,
with Bryson
and
Gray.
continue to watch this stuff because it's super important. I also want to say that Bitcoin is a solution to a lot of the problems that we have because while all these things are going on in the streets, we are being fucked right now with our money. The Federal Reserve has printed so much money this year. It's absolutely disgusting. So if you guys have the opportunity, Bitcoin is important. You can follow me online, Bank of America, like Bank of America.
Right on, I like it.
But Bitcoin really, guys, like, we got to make sure that we have sovereign money that is outside of the control of individual governments because they don't have our best interest in mind. You know, the purchasing power of a dollar is not the same as it used to be. So.
Right on. Nice to meet you. You're on EddieBlockFilms on YouTube. So.
Okay, amazing.
Right on.
I'll ask Enrique.
Oh yeah, Enrique has got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask
Right
him.
on.
He tells me about you guys sometimes. So he's like, he told me this funny story about.
About me?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, what'd he say about me?
About like your chairs and like you have like a really cool one and what is it? West Fest?
Yeah, West Fest.
Yeah, he told me some funny stories about West Fest.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah.
Right on.
Bye guys. Bitcoin is like, or
Right on.
silver or gold, precious metals. Yeah, super important.
All right, thank you, man. Yes, ma'am. Bye.
I'm trying to find
straight from the lady.
Let's see. Trying to find a certain part.
No, it goes right into the phone.
I think it was like right in here
Okay,
somewhere. Where I was partying
What's up? How's it going?
with
Me?
Bryson
Come
Gray.
on. Always out of trouble.
Oh wait, look who this
There's
is.
the Oreo spray.
It's my favorite person. By the way, did you guys see my new shirt?
There's the Oreo Express right there.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Josh? What's up, Jason?
Oh, you guys can't see it.
Having some fun?
Heck yeah. You guys enjoying yourself?
Always.
Right on.
What about you?
I'm doing good, having fun. Just tired of running out of battery. Me? Come on. Always out of trouble.
How many times you charge up?
Today, 3 times. I'm dead already again.
You guys like my new shirt that I got?
There you go. Right on, Josh. Hey, you feeling better, brother? Huh? How many iPhones?
That's why you're going dead. He's got like 9 things.
No. See, I got
There's my boy,
I got
Ben.
3 battery packs right here. I wonder.
Whoops. It was before that I was hanging out with Ben.
All right, guys. So you heard it.
I'm trying to find
So what's the
freaking.
tubes on your back for? Do you do tricks with them or stuff?
You know, I actually met Tara right here,
Again,
and I didn't even know it.
yeah, you know what?
Where is it when I
I
met
got
Tara?
my iMac fully loaded, so yeah. Let's see who else we.
I'm trying to find where Tara's
all
on my
day, so
stream.
I was like,
Maybe it's right here. That was the area where I met Brandon and Tara. You guys were asking about Brandon, but that's the point. He's somewhere in this video right here.
Tennessee. That was fun. From Nashville, I heard. Were they from Nashville? Which one?
I'm not sure
Yeah, he's,
about Jason. I just
haven't
know
seen him-
Jason
he
stopped
was
working
on the
with them.
ground.
They almost knocked him over. I know that.
Oh, there it is, right there. There's Brandon right there. You guys were asking about Brandon, but that's the point. So here he is. He
Oh,
pulls
yeah,
up right
man.
now. That's my boy.
Selfie stick out. The plastic bag. It says Brandon. That's the point on it. On the head.
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had Brandon stuff that day.
I didn't look inside during the case. It said Brandon. That's the point on him. Oh. You want to meet Brandon? This is my boy.
I gotta get a picture with both of you then.
All right. Oh, she got that selfie stick action going. Hey, do you know who got hit? No. We gotta find out. Yeah.
This was right after the stabbing.
He's in my chapter, Chris here. You ready? Hop in, Brandon.
You know, if you're out there, I forget your name. Send me that picture.
Hell yeah.
Like it or not,
This
is America.
Right on.
We got man love right here. What y'all gonna do, liberals?
Look at that. You got the 2 best YouTube streamers now, Brandon and Eddie.
Yes.
Hell yeah, man.
It's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Back.
Yeah. I got my back from Facebook, so. Yeah, you were like.
Let's see.
Oh, chef. I don't know
So there you go. You guys were asking for Brandon, so there you guys got to see Brandon. There's Tara. See, look at this. I met Tara and I didn't even know it. Watch this. I didn't even know who she was back then. I was just like, who's the hot Asian chick?
All the ladies are jealous now.
Yeah, you guys want to see the stabbing? It was right when I was talking to this girl.
You know, it's like, I think I never
Here's when
Well, you are, but-
Noble Beer got stabbed.
Where do you live now?
I now reside
in another communist state, or socialist state of Virginia on Monday. He sent us a
Well, let me fast forward.
Yeah, you know.
I'm sorry.
I was interviewing her. Here we go. Watch this. You'll see people running by me.
You know what? I'm gonna run over. Do you mind? You wanna run over there?
Watch. You'll see people running by me right now.
My viewers are gonna get mad at me.
See this lady running for her life?
We got him. There you go, folks. You finally wanted it. You got it. Hold on. Coming through, guys. Hey, crazy criminal coming through. Get the fake news out of my way. Get the fake news out of my way.
This video, you guys can actually find it. It's called Proud Boys Antifa, BLM in DC.
Hey, come on, guys. Come on.
That was the cops moving in to
Come on,
separate
guys.
us.
Come on.
Want to back out this way?
Hold on. I need to get my stuff. Hold on.
Look, the cop was trying to not let me film. Steve.
No, hold on.
What, Steve, are you talking about, Yeedy?
No, just leave me right here, sir. Leave me right here. Sorry, man.
This is when they were beating up the guy who stabbed Noblebeard.
Won't be the first time.
See, look, I'm trying. Look, watch. He's gonna move his helmet, so I can't film. He sees me filming. See, he's moving his helmet, so I can't film.
So he's trying to put his helmet, so I can't see what's going on. He tried to put the camera so we couldn't see. Sorry, I stopped the interview. Come on.
Oh, Steve Odie was there? I didn't even know
He's
that.
on the ground right here.
I didn't see him there.
Did it?
All right, I gotta go back now and look if Steve was there.
People are saying this is dead. I don't think he's dead.
All right, so this is what actually started it. I didn't think Steve was there in person. Oh, he was riding. Okay, I'll go back in a minute.
Yeah!
Back up, Eddie, back up. Back up.
I'm trying. Oh shit, that was Noah Beard I was running over.
That's like a good shot. Enrique just drinking coffee, smoking a cigarette.
Excuse me, come on. Excuse me, can you move, please?
All the fake news cutting in front of me. I like watching these old videos. Whoa, whoa! That stuff stunk. Okay, I'm gonna go in a minute. I'll go back to it. Whoa! That shit stunk.
Sorry, guys. Huh? Bad, bad. I think you're gonna burn something else now. Here we go. Heck yeah. Hey, Noble. The girls want to say hi to you.
What's up? Howdy, fucking boy.
Green Eye Jewel said hi.
Hey, Green Eye Jewel, hey. What's up, Clipper boy from Columbus, man? What's up, man?
Yeah, Villain was there, I think.
Hey, we're out here. We're waiting at Harrington. So, Antifa, if you're watching any stream, where the fuck you at? We've been chasing you all night. You ran like bitches. You're hiding behind the cops. We're right here, motherfucker. Come get some. You don't want the Proud Boys in D.C.? Take a look around, motherfucker. We're here. We're here. And you're doing nothing about it. Just like you always do. Nothing. I'm calling you out. Come here right now at the Harrington. Let's end this shit. For good. Because if you come here, we will put you down for good. It's over with. No more Antifa. The cops can go back to doing their normal job. We will end you tonight. Come here. You're welcome.
Hooroo. Love you, man. That's my boy. That's my boy.
That was right before.
All right, guys, you heard it. You heard it.
He got stabbed.
You heard it straight from Noble Beard. Thank you, Lana.
All right,
or
it's
Lena.
right here.
Really?
Let's go back and let's see. You said Steve ran right in front of me, huh?
I'm sorry. If I don't, my viewers are gonna get mad at me. Oh, we got it.
Just that girl just running by was crazy. So you're saying Steve was on a scooter?
There you go, folks. You finally wanted it. You got it. Hold on.
Oh, rest in peace, Villain. Yeah, I miss Villain. He was a cool dude. Okay, I'm looking for Steve now. Hold on, what did you guys say he was wearing? Steve, he went in the crowd in front of you, got the back at him. He was riding a scooter. All right, let's see if I can find it. Oh wait, is it? You talking about right in front of me with the armor right there? This guy? Is this Steve?
Coming through, guys. Hey, crazy criminal coming through. Get the fake news out of my way.
See the guy with the armor that was just there?
Out of my way.
I've never seen the back of his head before, so I don't know.
Hey, come on, guys. Come on.
Okay, then yeah, that was him then. It was right here. See if I see his face. That guy right there? It's hard to tell. I can't tell from the back.
Coming through, guys. Hey.
Oh, okay. Anyways, let's go back to some court proceedings. Where's that court proceeding? And I don't watch Timcast normally. He had Dave Landau on there, so that's why I watched it. Let's finish up these court proceedings now. But yeah, guys, everybody's watching. The whole show today was just a bunch of BS like normal. A whole bunch of lies. They only talk about one side. They edit all their videos. They, you know, if they really wanted to do it right, every interview they have, they should interview them live. No editing. But they don't do that because they're afraid you're going to hear the real information. That's why they don't do this live. Everybody that they had live on today, those were they probably had the answers and the questions before they even asked them. It's all written, folks. It's a script. Like he said, we're going to tell you the story because that's all it is, a fucking story. Anyway, let's go back to Clayton County, Georgia. This is, what day is this from? They don't have any live ones lately. This is from July 2nd. People getting arraigned. It's kind of fun to watch.
Documents with you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Brothers, if you go ahead and sign off on those, and I will, that will conclude discussion with me unless you have any questions.
Come on, over downstairs. We're going to start with the mirrors.
They're not waking up, Green Thumb. It sucks.
Stand right here. Take your full name to the judge. Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Dude, my new flagpole was supposed to be
What's
delivered
your
today. It
name?
didn't get delivered. Or did it?
All right,
Let me check.
Mr. Blake, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. It's a misdemeanor. Your bond is $3,000. Your special condition is no contact with DeOntario Elliott. Preliminary hearing is the 19th of July at 8:30. And I am appointing an
it's
attorney
coming tomorrow.
to represent you, sir. Do you have any
You guys want to see my new flag I got for the back of my truck, though?
All right, step forward this way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I haven't even opened the package up yet.
Alvin Bernard Ellis, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ellis. You charged. You know what you're charged with?
Well, I bought a brand new. I bought a
there's no
cloth
bond
flag.
today. Preliminary hearing.
Dude, needs a
scheduled
better
for
freaking
the 18th of July.
needs a better shirt.
8:30.
Yes, sir.
And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
First and last name.
Ryan Frazier.
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Ryan Frazier.
All right, Mr. Frazier, you're charged with improper lane change. Your bond is $500.
Dude, they don't mess around in Clayton County.
No, 1,000 is your bond. Possession of less than an ounce of marijuana is 1,500.
Less than an ounce of weed, you get a $1,500 bill.
Evidence misdemeanor 1,000.
Oh, he must have tried to swallow it. God damn it, another one of these fucking trolls.
Preliminary hearing is the 19th of. I'm sorry, the 19th of July.
There's got to be a better
At
way to get
8:30.
rid of these trolls.
And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions, sir?
Or these fake porno ads.
I think you that concludes your first appearance.
Rashawn Lamar Jackson.
All right, yes, sir. Mr. Jackson.
Look at his neck tattoo.
So you're charged with 1 count of defective headlights. Your bond is $500.
$500 for
Possession of
defective
less than an
headlights.
ounce of marijuana is $1,500. Possession of related objects $500. And theft by receiving stolen property $5,000. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for the 18th of July. That's at 8:30. And
They
I
don't
am
mess around in
appointing
Georgia.
an attorney to represent you, sir. Do
They
you have
don't
any
mess around.
questions?
Yes, could you repeat the bond amount for each charge?
Yes, sir. Let me see here.
You don't want to get arrested in Georgia, folks.
All right, Mr. Jackson. So we got your total is 7,500. Okay, that's your total, 7,500. All right. Yes, sir. You have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Good morning to you. What's your name? Name.
Gra.
Can you hear me? Yes, sir. What's your name?
Alexis Johnson.
Johnson.
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson. You're charged with 1 count of criminal trespasses. All of these are misdemeanors. 2,500 is your bond. Giving a false name, 1,000. Obstruction, 1,000. Financial card theft, 2,000.
Oh, he stole somebody's credit card.
6,500 is your total.
He stole somebody's credit
At
card.
this time, you can't go back to the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. You can't go there unless you have a valid MARTA ticket or a valid plane ticket, airline ticket. Your preliminary hearing is the 19th of July at 8:30. And I am
Ooh,
appointing
you
an
in
attorney
trouble.
to represent you. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Today's Tuesday, huh?
That's my first and last name. Hey, Sean Lee.
All right, yes, sir, Mr. Lee. You're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault. It's a felony. 15,000 is your bond. You're charged with battery.
15
It's a
grand.
misdemeanor, 5,000. No contact with Danovia Smart and Amalora Joseph. Preliminary hearing scheduled for the 18th of July at 8:30. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you, sir. You have any questions, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir. Can I just get the whole amount for the bonds? So I'm
Yes,
ready
sir.
to-
20,000.
20,000 bucks.
20,000.
This court does not play around, guys.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Javon's Mitchell.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, you're charged with one count of deposit account fraud. It's the misdemeanor.
Deposit
Your bond
account
is
fraud.
2,000. Preliminary hearing is the 19th. Well, one moment here.
I like watching this stuff. What do you guys
No,
think?
sir, it's a felony. I apologize. It's
Ooh,
a felony.
felony.
You're Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Mitchum?
Mitchum, U-M.
Mitchum. All right. It's a felony, sir. 2,000 is your bond.
Damn.
The 18th of July is your preliminary hearing, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
State your last name and your first name.
Trayvon Mitchell.
All right,
Dude, it's
Mr.
tall.
Mitchell, you're charged with one count of simple battery. It's a misdemeanor, 2,500. One count of false imprisonment. It's a felony, 5,000. One count of cruelty to children in the 3rd degree, misdemeanor, 2,500. 10,000 is the total, sir. No contact with Lachelle Bland at this time. Preliminary hearing scheduled for the 18th of July, 8:30.
You done
And I
fucked
am
up.
appointing an attorney to represent you, sir. Do you have any questions?
I was just want to ask one question, right?
Yes, sir.
You said, but don't have contact with her though.
Yes, sir.
So if she, like, say she come up here to court and tell, like, you know, come to court on the 19th, would it be straight?
Yeah, talk to your lawyer. That'll be fine. She's the victim, so she more than likely will be there. But the rest of it, you can talk to your lawyer, okay?
All right,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
He's in trouble.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Page.
Melvin.
Good morning to you, sir. You're charged with one
Wait,
count
wait,
of
Raw here?
speeding. 500
No.
is your bond. 2 counts of violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act.
Sorry, I
Two
thought I heard
felonies.
Raw.
Possession of cocaine and possession of mushrooms is 8,000 on each of those two. Possession of marijuana, less than an ounce, 1,500. And possession of a drug-related object is 500.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but you said cocaine?
That's what the warrant reads.
Cocaine.
I wasn't arrested for cocaine.
What's your name? Melvin Page? I'm sorry,
Yes.
oxycodone mushrooms. Oxycodone, mushrooms, and marijuana. Those are the 3
Yeah, you're screwed.
illegal substances. So it's 8,000 on each of the 2 felonies, and then 1,500 on the marijuana. And then it's 500 on the speeding and 500 on the possession of a drug-related object.
500 for speeding.
All right. Your preliminary hearing is
Like
the
I said, they
18th
don't
of
fuck
July.
around in
And,
this Clayton County,
I am
Georgia.
appointing an attorney to represent you, sir. You have any questions?
Just one. Can you replay those numbers again for me?
Yes, sir. 18,500 is your total. 18,500.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bro, I didn't see some of these new ones
Yes,
that
sir.
I
What's
have.
your name?
Brendan Scott, sir.
All right, Mr. Scott. Sir, you're charged with one count of battery family violence. It's a misdemeanor. Your bond is 5,000. One count of terroristic threats. Also a misdemeanor, 2,500.
I got another
No
one for you,
contact
Gra.
with Donovan Shu at this time. preliminary hearing scheduled for the 19th of July at 8:30, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions, sir?
What do I do if I'm pleading innocent?
Yeah, you talk to your attorney. Today isn't the day to enter a plea, so when you talk to your lawyer will let you know the process for entering that guilty plea at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir.
All right, yes, sir. You have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, yeah, thank you.
End of quote. Repeat statement.
Yes, sir. Good morning. What's your name?
Last name.
All right, Mr. Sims. Sir, you're charged with one count of
being a
driving
dumbass,
suspended or canceled registration. 1,000 is your bond. Window tint violation, 500.
$500 for window tint violation?
Controlled substance, MDMAs, 8,000. Preliminary hearing is the 18th of July at 8:30. Also, I am appointing an attorney to represent you, sir. You have any questions?
Cross says she pays her rent on time, so he says she can stay.
9,500 is your total. 9,500. Yes, sir. What's your name? Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
This guy doesn't mess around.
I'm good. What's your name?
Jonathan Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith.
What the heck?
You're charged with 1 or 2 counts of theft by shoplifting that are misdemeanors. So it's 2,000 on each of those, right? 4,000 is your total. Your preliminary hearing is the 19th of July, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have any questions?
Yeah, where can I get a better
Will I be
barber?
able to get out of here today? The only reason I was asking because I was in the airport and I have luggage and I want to be able to reschedule my flight. So how would that work? Because I'm not. Oh, okay. Okay, I apologize.
All right, that's fine. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Joshua White.
He's worried about his luggage.
All right, Mr. White, come close. I can't see you. What happened to you? What happened to you? You bleeding?
He just punched me, my head.
Wow.
All right. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of criminal second degree. Your bond is 2,000.
Hold on.
1 count of simple battery is 2,500. 1 count of battery is.
The judge is like, "What happened to you?" He just hit me in the head. He hit you in the head? Okay, well, you're fined with
5,000. No contact with Mary Blanks and Darius Robin. Preliminary hearing is the 18th of July at 8:30.
The judge just kept right on going.
Counsel. Do you have any questions? You have any questions?
I don't think he has, Judge.
No questions. All right, thank you.
First and last name.
Judge gives
Right,
no
so
shit.
your last name and your first name to the judge.
Well, you're right.
Damn, look at that beard.
Mr. White, you're charged with 1 count of loitering or prowling. 1,000 is your bond. Possession of less than an ounce of marijuana, 1,500.
Is Ziggy still in here?
Possession of
Ziggy Piggy, you might like this.
methamphetamine with intent to distribute, 15,000. Possession of cocaine with intent to distribute, 15,000. Possession of a firearm.
Whoa, this guy's
by
going to
convicted
jail for a
felon,
long time.
5,000. Possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, 5,000. Possession of a drug-related object, 500. Preliminary hearing scheduled for the 18th of July at 8:30. You have any questions, sir? All right, thank you.
Yeah, he's definitely finding out.
Judge, that's everybody we got for today, sir.
Yes, sir, Deputy Ashu. Thank you, appreciate it. Tell Deputy Ricania, thank you for the email, and I'm on tomorrow again, so we'll see you all tomorrow.
Hey, guys, want to watch another
All
one
right.
of these? I like this guy. I like these ones. Let's see which one we haven't seen yet. Here's another one. This one's from, it just says 13 days ago. How long is this? 39 minutes long. We'll watch this one. This is from June 29th. June 29th. There we go. I don't think I've seen this judge before.
Swear or affirm that any information that you tell the court today will be the truth. If so, say I do and lower your hands. I do. All right. My name is Judge Bando. Today is your first appearance in Clayton County Magistrate Court. I'm here to let you know what you've been charged with, what your bond amount is.
A lot of women in there.
If you have a bond set. We're not here to have a trial or to take a plea in your case today. As you see, there's no one else here today except us. You do have certain rights that I want to let you know that you have. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to the
Yeah, we
presumption
can
of
fast forward
innocence
to this stuff.
if you're charged with a misdemeanor,
Wait, hold on. Went too far.
that you have committed the crimes as alleged. If you make your bond, you will not have to come to court on that court date, your preliminary hearing. You will see notice in the mail when you should return back to court. So if you make your bond, you'll get notice when to come back to court. If you're unable to make your bond, that will be the next time that you will see a judge about your case. With that being said, we'll get started with the females. First person I have is
I don't know why they let the females
Miss
go
Barnett.
first.
Ms. Barnett, you've been charged with unlawful conduct during a 911 call. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th.
What's
Your bond is $500. Based on your application, I have
What'd she do,
appointed
calling a
an
fake
attorney to
911 call?
represent you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, for unlawful conduct, was they able to explain that at the time? Was the other attorney able to explain why that is?
Hello?
Yeah, so this isn't a trial today, so you'll be able to explain it at your preliminary hearing or your trial.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Don't you hate it when they call and they just hang right up?
Ms. Brown?
It's a fake scammer.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Brown, you've been charged with simple battery, family violence. Your bond is $500. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Brianna Brown. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Brianna is now living in my house. I take care of my 86-year-old mom. I'm a caregiver, and I need Brianna to leave my house so that I can go home and take care of my mother.
So I didn't prohibit you from returning to the location. So either you or Brianna would have to move. So you need to contact the lawyer that I've appointed to you so they can give you the legal advice of how you can get Brianna out of your home so that you can return there.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome. Ms. Calloway?
Miss Calloway.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Ms. Calloway, you were charged with, Ms. Calloway, you were charged with criminal, what did they charge you with? Criminal trespass. I've dismissed that charge, so your case is dismissed for purposes of today.
Thank you so much.
All right,
She
you're
got
welcome.
dismissed. She got
Miss Dudley?
lucky.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dudley, you were charged with pedestrian in the walkway. Your bond is $500. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Are you working right now, Ms. Dudley?
Yes, ma'am.
You are? How much money do you make?
15 an hour. I work at a labor ministry.
What's the average you make a month?
It varies because it depends on the events.
How much did you make last month?
Last month, probably at least 2,000.
Okay. Based on that
How do people
information,
live
I've
on that?
appointed an attorney
That
to
sucks.
represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ms. George?
Dang, is anybody here anymore? Did everybody leave me?
Ms. George, you've been charged with disorderly conduct. Your bond is $1,000. As the condition of your bond, you cannot go back to the airport unless you are a ticketed passenger. And that
A lot of people get in trouble at the
Export, 2600 Maynard Jackson
airport,
in
don't they?
Atlanta, Georgia. Do you understand the conditions?
Oh, thank you,
of the
Helen.
bond?
Yes, I do. So I must have a ticket in order to get to the airport.
How many
I'm sorry,
people
what
get
did
in
you say?
trouble
I
at
have a
the?
ticket in order to get to the airport.
That's correct.
I can't purchase a ticket there.
You can't go there unless you have a ticket. If you go there without the ticket, you'll be arrested.
Okay, cool.
How much are you working right now?
No, not. I'm undocumented right now.
All right. You have been appointed an attorney, ma'am. Do you have any questions?
Sorry? Repeat that again for me.
You have been appointed an attorney. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson, you've been charged with criminal trespass. That bond is $2,000. Battery is $3,000. Your total bond is $5,000. You can't have any contact with Victoria Bedingfield. You cannot return back to 913 Walden Landing Drive in Hampton, Georgia. And you have 10 days when you're released from custody to retrieve any personal property that
This
may
judge
still
don't
be
fuck
there that's
around.
undisputed. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be on the 12th, and I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Like, who do I talk to? Well, do I need to talk to my lawyer for it, like, the bruises and stuff they told me?
Yeah, so this is, remember I said earlier, today's not the trial date.
Okay, I do it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Kendall?
Damn, look at that hair. Looks like she slept in jail all night. Oh, she did.
Ms. Kendall, you've been charged with battery. Your bond is $2,500. You can't have any contact with Jasmine Stevens. Do you understand the conditions of your bond? Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Based on your application, you make too much money, so you'll have to hire your own attorney. Do you have any questions?
Yeah.
All right,
She
thank
got
you.
herself a good job, huh? She got a good job.
All right, are you Miss McLeod?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you've been charged with simple battery. You can't have any contact as a condition of your bond with Shamika Scott. Your bond is $4,000. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yes.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Are you currently employed? How much money do you make a month? All right, based on that information, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
Wow, 500 to 700. You know she's doing something on the
Ms.
side to make
P,
money.
you've been charged with battery. Your bond is $2,000. You can't have any
Oh, she walked
contact
away
with
already.
Shakira Kendall as a condition of your bond. Are you Ms. P?
Yes.
All right, did you hear what I said?
You said I.
You've been charged with battery. Your bond is $2,000. You can't have any contact with Shakira Kendall as a condition of your bond. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
What's your name, ma'am? Miss Powell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Powell, you've been charged with criminal trespass. That bond is $3,000. Theft by taking is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Victoria Donna. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Could you repeat the bond for the second one?
Yeah, so your total bond is $5,000, $3,000 on criminal trespass, and $2,000 on a theft by taking.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Are you Miss Small?
She looks like she's small.
All right, Miss Small, you've been charged with
He's still
aggravated
looking.
assault with a deadly weapon. That bond has been denied. Criminal trespass, damage to property is a $10,000 bond. Your preliminary hearing date is on July 13th. You have a bond hearing date on July 15th. And based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
The bond, how much is it again?
It's 10,000 on the criminal trespass, and your bond was denied on
He's
the
still looking,
aggravated
Sage.
assault.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are you Miss Stevens?
No.
Wait, stay right here. What's your name?
So it's Reese.
You said what?
Reese, R-U-I-Z.
Oh.
She kind of cute.
Mr. Reeves, we didn't have any, they didn't provide the paperwork for your case, so you'll be continued until tomorrow.
Oh, that
All
sucks. You'll know a nice girl in the
Miss
Philippines.
Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Stevens, you've been charged with battery. Your bond is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Shakira Kendall as well. Do you understand the condition of your bond? Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? No questions? All right, thank you.
All right, Judge, that's all the female.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Edwards?
This judge does not play around.
He should be coming up, Your Honor. He's with Sergeant Tyree.
Yeah, okay.
In Clayton County Jail 1.
Okay.
She don't mess around. Twitter filed a lawsuit in Delaware to force Elon Musk to buy Twitter. Interesting. Well, I hope he does. I think he should buy it. I think he should buy it. I'll right back.
Mr. Edwards, you've been charged with loitering and prowling. That bond is $1,000. You've been charged with obstruction. That bond is $1,000. Your total bond is $2,000. You
This
can't
judge
go back
does
to
not fuck around.
644 Denham Street in Riverdale, Georgia, 30274, as a condition of your bond. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Aaron Brewer.
All right. You said, I'm sorry. What's your name, sir?
Alexander.
Oh, okay. You've been charged with, I got it. You've been charged with trafficking marijuana. The law does not allow me to set a bond on your case at the first appearance. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be on July 13th. Your bond hearing date is going to be on July 15th. Based on your, well, you didn't put anything. Are you working right now?
I'm self-employed.
How much do you average a month?
Shit, I'm not too sure.
How much did you make last month?
He's a drug dealer. He's self-employed. I think this judge gets paid by the case.
$20 a haircut, and I cut like 10 people a week. So.
All right, based on that information, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? You have any questions?
No.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Haircut.
No way.
Mr. Carrington, you've been charged with simple battery. Your bond is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot have any contact with Tiffany Bill. Do you understand your conditions of the bond?
It's a big ass mug.
Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. How much money did you make last month?
I didn't have a job last month, so
You just started working?
yes, ma'am.
How much do they pay you an hour?
12,
And how many hours do you work in a week?
30.
All right, based on that information, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Daniel, the blessing. Yes.
Yeah, you like
All
bubble
are you
wrap?
Mr. Daniels?
You want to pop it?
Yes.
Duplessis. You're Daniel Duplessis.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Duplessis, you've been charged with theft by taking. Your bond is $2,000. You can't return back to the airport unless you're a ticketed passenger.
Another
You
person at
understand
the
that, sir?
airport.
Yes, ma'am.
What
Your
the fuck goes on at the
preliminary
airport?
hearing date is July the 12th.
Man, I just close on because I'm working, but I'm enjoying it by myself, and I got about $20.
No, sir, you have a multi-state criminal history full of thefts and theft convictions. So your bond cannot be lowered at this time. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any other questions?
She's like,
All right,
do
thank
not
you.
pass go. Do not collect $200. Go straight to jail. I'm telling you, this judge don't mess around.
Are you Jericho Daniels?
Yes, ma'am.
What's up with that
You've
hair?
been charged with theft by receiving stolen property. That bond is $2,000. Criminal trespass is $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot return to 1340 Pine Glen Drive in Riverdale, Georgia. Do you understand that, sir? Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Are you working, Mr. Jericho?
No, ma'am.
Based on that information.
Hope
I
Horizon,
appointed
you've been
an
banned
attorney
by
to
Oreo?
represent
He
Do
banned
have
you?
any questions? Do you have questions? Yes or no?
No.
All right, thank you.
Gotta find a better box for this one. What did he ban you for, Hope?
Mr. Harris, you've been charged with trafficking marijuana. The law doesn't allow me to set a bond on your case at the first appearance. Your preliminary hearing date is on July 13th.
You had
Your
the same
bond
hair in
hearing
sixth
date is
grade.
on July the 15th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
Ew.
Mr. Hill, you've been charged with driving with a suspended license. That bond is $1,500. Driving without a tag is $500. Your total bond is $2,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. From my understanding, I guess you're gonna hire your own attorney, sir?
I didn't even know if I needed an attorney or I don't even know what that like. Well, I didn't even know nothing, so I didn't hire.
How much money do you make a month?
Probably $2,000.
Based on that information, I've appointed an attorney to represent
Oh, I see,
you. Do you have
Grob.
any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Homes.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. You've been charged with battery. That bond is $2,000. Criminal trespass is $2,000. So your total bond is $4,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot have any contact with Tracy Benson. You cannot return back to 1217 West Shore Drive in Riverdale, Georgia. And you have to go with a sheriff's officer to retrieve any personal property that's undisputed. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
What if that property is my address and she no longer lives there?
So you would have to let the lawyer, well, you didn't fill out your form, so I guess you hire your own attorney?
Yes.
All right, so whoever your attorney will be, will let the solicitor's office know that, give them the documentation, and they'll come to us to have that bond modification changed. Because I don't know that based on today and what's going on.
Okay.
All right, so you're gonna hire your own attorney and your preliminary hearing date is the 12th. If you make your bond, you're gonna have to go to court on that day. Do you have any other questions, sir?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Morning.
What's your name, sir?
Did you get banned yet, Hope?
All right. Mr. Hudson, did you fill out a court-appointed attorney form?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Did it not reach you?
That's what I'm checking for right now. All right, Mr. Hudson, you've been charged with theft by deception. Your bond is $4,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 13th. And I don't have a form for you, so I have to, maybe they'll have to resend it later. So I'll look at it when they send it back over. Do you have any questions?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Signature bonds or something similar to that to bond myself out. Is that
Yeah.
a here?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Menace.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jimenez, you've been charged with cruelty to children. That bond is $2,000. You've been charged with simple battery. That bond is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Joyce Ruiz. Do you understand that?
I do.
What? Tell me what you say when you get banned, so I can go back and look at it. Tell me when you get banned, and we'll go look at it.
Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent
Hope, you should say, "Hey, I just got my brand new Oreo shirt from Steve Oatley."
All right, thank you.
That's what you should say. Say that. Tell him you just got the brand new begging for money shirt from Oreo Express on Steve Oatley's. See what they say.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Dude, look at this guy's hair.
Could you look through my case, see if you could dismiss it or give me a little bond? Because I see y'all don't do
What's your name?
Joshua Keith.
I've already looked at your case, and your bond is actually going to be $5,000 on the criminal damage to second degree. Burglary is $10,000. You can't have any contact with Nicholas Highland.
15 grand.
Highland. You cannot go back to 607 South Lake Code Court in Jonesboro, Georgia. Do you understand the conditions of your bond? Mr. Key, do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yeah.
He's pissed.
Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 13th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
He's like, "No, bitch."
All right, thank you.
This is this kid right now.
More.
Sorry, Donnie. Every time Donnie hears a crying baby, he wants to go take care of it. It's okay, Bubba's. It's just dad.
Actually, he bonded out.
It's okay, Bubba's. It's just dad.
Jamal boy?
Oh, Bernard Roderick Maxey, he bonded out.
Oh, okay.
This is Jamal Moore.
All right. All right, Mr. Moore, you've been charged with aggravated assault. That bond was denied. Cruelty to children is $5,000. Theft by taking is $10,000. Criminal damage in the second degree is $5,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on July 13th. Your bond hearing date is on July 15th. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
I don't got no bond, right?
On the ag assault, you don't have one set.
Should I give Donnie a treat?
All right, thank you.
Here you go, Bubba. He likes these He loves these yogurt pretzels.
Mosley.
All right, we'll go check out Wizzy in a minute.
Good morning. Mr. Mosley, you were charged with carrying a concealed weapon. Your bond is $5,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 13th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. It seems like to catch this case, they pulled up my juvenile record that's supposed to be closed.
No, I reviewed your juvenile record and all of your records, and you have gun charges all over the place in Illinois.
Well,
So that charges.
Bam.
So that's what your bond is going to be for purposes of today, sir.
I haven't got charged with any gun cases as a juvenile. I don't know where that's coming from.
Okay, so I've appointed you a lawyer, and they'll sort all that out.
Okay.
All right.
RT.
She does not play.
Good morning. You've been charged with DUI. Your bond is $3,000. No insurance is $1,000. An expired tag is $500. So your total bond is $4,500. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. And based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, that's all.
All right, thank you.
Robinson.
If you don't got a license and you got expired tags, don't drive around drunk. Don't drive around drunk anyways. I did it. I got stupid. I paid my price for it.
Good morning. You've been charged with criminal trespass, damage to property. The bond is $3,000. Cruelty to children is $3,000. Battery is $5,000. So total bond was at $6,000 and
So you beat up a kid.
$11,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Mackenzie Robinson, and you cannot go back to 5811 Rex Ridge Parkway in Rex, Georgia, 30273, and you can go with a sheriff's deputy within 10 days from your release from custody to retrieve any undisputed personal property. Do you understand the
beat up his
conditions
kid.
of your bond?
A little bit, just one question. We've been talking about taking the kids out of state, me and Mackenzie. So I gotta cease that conversation with her until.
No, so you can. I'm appointing a lawyer to represent you, or you can hire your own attorney. And if you do, they can help facilitate those conversations where a third person can be the drop-off pickup location for your kids.
Okay.
All right. So the preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. And I've appointed an attorney, so if you want to hire your own, you can, but if not, you have one appointed by the court. Do you have any other questions?
That's it.
All right, thank you.
Russ.
All right, Mr. Russ, you've been charged with cruelty to children in a third degree.
Why is there so many cruelty to children?
Criminal trespass is $1,000. Battery is $3,000. Given a false name, address, and date of birth is $1,000. You have a second count of cruelty to children, and a third degree is $2,000. Your total bond amount is $9,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot have any contact with Aisha Hawkins. You cannot return to 8663 Cedar Creek Ridge, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30238. And you can also schedule an appointment with the sheriff's office to retrieve any undisputed personal property. Do you understand the conditions of your bond, sir?
Remember that song? At the playground.
Your
That's where I met
preliminary
this
hearing date is
cutie.
set for July the 12th. If you
Who
like
remembers
your
that
bond,
song?
We're going to have to come to court on that date. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, no.
All right, thank you.
Remember this song?
Good morning. Are you in the way?
That's where I met
What's your name? Say right there. What's your name?
Bernard.
I'm sorry.
Brandon St. Bernard.
What, Donnie?
I
want another
don't
treat,
have
huh?
anything for you, Mr. Bernard.
Should I give him another treat?
They told me in the front that they OR me and they scratched my name off the list, but they still brought me to court.
Oh, well, if you said St. Bernard?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. So I guess somebody's already made your bond, or So yeah, it's already been indicated on the paperwork.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Have a good one.
Good morning,
Good morning. All right, what's your name?
Anthony Wade.
All right, Mr. Wade, you've been charged with battery. That bond is $5,000. Obstructing or hindering a 911 call is $1,000. Theft by tape is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Octavia Johnson, and you cannot return to 365 Lamont Lane, Hampton, Georgia, 30228. Do you understand those conditions?
I do, Your Honor.
What's the total?
9,000, did you say?
$8,000 total.
8,000?
Yes.
8,000?
Yes. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 12th. If you make that bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. And based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
No more.
All right,
You've had enough. You've had enough. No more. No more, Bubba's. You already had enough treat. No. Look at him. He's looking right at that bag. He's just like, Dad, I want another treat. No more.
What's your name, sir? Are you Darius Williams?
Yes, ma'am, Darius.
Am I going to hide that from you now? Because you're going to go get him? What? What? What?
All right, Mr. Williams, you've been charged with improper lane change. That bond is $500. Violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act. That bond is $3,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on July the 13th.
You said my what?
Your preliminary hearing date. If you don't make your bond, that's the next time you'll be in court on July the 13th. If you make your bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you.
I'm not giving you another one.
Other questions?
You're done. No more treats.
I will wait till
no more treats today.
Preliminary hearing, tell them like reason stuff, right?
You said wait till your preliminary hearing date. What? I didn't hear you.
To give them like reasoning on like why the first charge is false, because I didn't even know that until like right now.
No, no more.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
Said it was 3,500.
Okay, last
Yes,
one.
sir.
That's it.
3,500.
After this, no more. Now go away. Spoiled
Are
brat.
you Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Williams, you've been charged with battery. Your bond is $40,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Antonio Smith. You cannot return to 7661 Commerce Court in Riverdale, Georgia. You have 10 days to go to the sheriff's office to retrieve any undisputed personal property. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
No, ma'am, because my brother told me that he was trying to drop the charges. It was supposed to be a family civil court. Nobody had got hit with a weapon or anything. My mama told the police that
My mama said this.
Just got off a bond and they still took me to jail. She said she was trying to tell them to drop the charge. No one pressed any charges on me at all. Not my brother, not my mom. And they told the police officer that they was just trying to scare me, and he still took me to jail. I wasn't reading my Miranda rights or anything, and for the charges that I was supposed to come to jail for is not the charges that I am being booked for.
Okay, so I've appointed a lawyer to represent you, and you can explain all of that to your lawyer, and then they'll talk to the solicitor about all of this, and if what you're saying is true, it'll get sorted out. Based on you said what?
Excuse me, I'm sorry to cut you off. So how long would I have to wait for anybody, like, because my mom was trying to get in on the Zoom meeting to come to court with us and my brother, but I don't know what happened. I don't see any of them.
Yeah, they can't come on the Zoom, but they can watch it on YouTube. So they're probably watching it on YouTube right now. It's live, so they can see that. So
live, all the way live.
There's nobody here. There's no prosecutors. There's no lawyers.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
everything you're saying could be 100% true. I don't know that, and it has to be sorted out with the prosecutors and your attorney. So I've appointed you one. So you have a lawyer that's going to work on your behalf, And so your mom or whoever else can contact your lawyer and contact the solicitor's office to let them know their position so they can have your case resolved.
So my bond is gonna be 4,000. So for me to get out of jail, and they didn't want me to come to jail, I got jumped on when I was at home. I was the one who got beat on, and I came to jail. I didn't throw a
You're not
hand
supposed
on
to be telling
anybody
that
or
stuff right
anything
now.
like that. And I was the one put in jail, like I was the aggressor of something, and I was the one being beat on.
So again, everything you could be saying could be 100% true. Again, there is nobody here to sort those things out. So you're gonna have to make your bond and have your lawyer sort those things out with a solicitor assigned to your case. So if what you're saying is true, then your case will be resolved favorably. So you're gonna have to make this bond today.
So I'm gonna have to make the bond?
Yes, sir.
So if say I can't make the bond, say I can't make
If you can't make the bond, your next court
Sitting in
date is
jail.
gonna be on July the 12th.
July the 12th?
That's your preliminary hearing date.
It's June, it's this month, June, ain't it?
It's June 29th.
This month.
All right, thank you. That should be everybody, is that correct? What's your name, sir?
Oswaldo Zuniga.
You said Zuniga?
Yeah, Oswaldo Zuniga.
Mr. Ninga, they didn't provide any paperwork for you, so your case is gonna be continued until tomorrow.
Yeah, I did a bond yesterday morning, for 60.
Oh, actually, I'm looking at my paperwork here. It says that somebody's already posted your bond, so you'll be released sometime today.
Yeah, I already paid yesterday morning, ma'am.
Okay, so you'll get out today.
Thank you, man, appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. All right, so that's everybody, right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's gonna be everybody.
Well, thank God we survived.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a good.
All right, guys, that's all of these court cases. It's late, so I'm gonna get the heck out of here. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the shit show that we call the January 6 hearings, and then had a little fun with these court cases afterwards. I will be back here in about 3.5 hours. We're gonna do the news, and then after that, I'll be back again tomorrow with more court cases. If you don't want to hear the news with us later on tonight, so everybody have a good day. Don't work too hard. Enjoy yourself. Thank you, Yeedy, for coming over. And we'll see you in a couple hours, guys. I gotta go take a nap, because it's my nap time.